Hi, Craig.
Hi, Gareth. I believe we're slightly early, but the event just doesn't kick off till 11. Okay, that's fine.
That's right. I just thought I'd let you in, so if there was anything to chat about, but feel free just to work in the background if you want.
Yeah,
Someone's just joining us as well.
Okay, that's fine. There's someone just arriving, so we're in the right place then.
We're in the right place. It's always that nervous moment when I load it up and think, hang on, is there a Zoom update needed or something like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
Hi, Alice.
Hi, Alice. Hi, Craig. Hi, Gareth.
Yeah.
Hi.
We were glad to see you there because that meant we were in the correct location, so.
So, Gareth, we have 130 plus registrations, yeah?
It's pretty much dead on 130, yeah.
That's good.
We normally anticipate a drop off, obviously, at these events, so we tend to get about 60%. So, which, given that we want a bit of participation in the groups, we probably about the right number. So.
Alice, I'm meeting you for the first time. Thank you for doing this.
Oh, hi, nice to meet you. No, it's great to be here.
Okay, Gareth, I don't have any slides, but if Alice wants to just check whether she's able to share screen.
Feel free to have a go, Alice.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. I'll see if this works. Can you see that?
It's just loading up.
Good.
Yeah, we can.
All good.
That's great.
Yeah, all good.
Brilliant. Go. Thank you.
Hi, Richard.
Good morning, everyone.
Richard, do you have any slides to share or anything like that?
No, Richard is not the speaker. So
Not the speaker. No, that's fine. Okay. Can I just check? Can you all see the right screen there? I've got, yeah. Thanks.
Yep, that looks good.
Great, thank you. I've just got a new monitor, so I wanted to make sure it wasn't showing the second screen rather than the first. So I'll come off that now.
And Gareth, it's not Zoom webinar, right? So it's the normal Zoom that, yeah.
Just normal Zoom, yeah.
Okay, so just to be sure, we'll be sharing the talks online, the recording of the talks online, but we will be recording discussions. However, we won't be sharing the discussions online, if that's okay. Yeah.
That's fine. So, okay, that's fine. So I'll edit that afterwards to take those parts out.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. But we'll have to share all the recording with the designers.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Paulina.
Hi. Hi, Zanel. Morning, everyone.
Hi.
Morning, Paulina.
How are you doing? Good.
Yeah, not bad, thanks. Yeah, good. Jens is here. Shall I let Jens in?
Yeah,
I know he's
sure,
one of
sure.
the presenters for later, isn't he?
Hi, Jens.
Hello.
And Gareth, am I correct that you have already pre-allocated the rooms to most
Yes.
of them?
Yeah, so there'll be a little bit of a job to do for people who are signing in from different Zoom accounts, but hopefully a large number of people should automatically be allocated to their rooms, yeah.
Yeah, okay. How many people are there in the waiting room? You're muted.
Just 7 at the moment, 8 now.
Okay.
Toby's just joined.
Hi, Toby.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Do you want to see if you could share your screen on this?
Ooh. Blimey. Hold on, let's just tidy up my screen quickly. Share screen.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, then I'll just go to presenter share.
Yeah.
Is that all no, it's not presenter share. Slide share. Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry to hear that you have called.
I have.
Recovery.
What I said is man flu, but my wife, whenever I have this, just tells me it's actually just a cold and to stop being so pathetic. And she's probably right.
Pauline, no, just hold on for a second. We'll leave people until we're ready to go. I'm just keeping an eye out that Dominic's in the waiting room. Let's let Dominic in.
He is now
Yeah.
in the list.
If you see anyone else on the list, feel free to let them in, Pauline.
Okay.
Hi, Dominic. Would you like to share your screen and see if it's working? Okay, perfect.
You just make the presentation full screen, Dominic. Yeah, that's working fine. Thanks.
Do we have Stephen McKenzie?
No, not yet, no.
Jane from Jessie is on the list. I'll let her in.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Hi, Jane.
Hello.
Hi, Laura.
Hi, Laura.
Hi.
Robin Pinnon is just joining us.
Sorry.
Hi, Robin.
Good morning, all.
Morning, Robin.
Hi, Robin.
So,
Okay, we've
Garrett,
got
shall
30
we?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can get started. Yeah, 35 people in the waiting room. So shall I admit them all now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, good morning, everyone. We're just waiting for a few more people to join. Just letting a few more people into the room now.
Yeah. Garrett, let me know when to start.
Yeah, we've still got a few more joiners, Sonal, so
Okay.
just give it maybe a few more minutes. Well,
Yeah.
a few more seconds.
Stephen is here.
Yeah, okay, the flow stopped, Sonal, so I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Garrett. Good morning to all of you who are joining us from the UK and a similar time zone. Good afternoon and good evening if you are in a different time zone to us here in the UK. Now, before we start today's event, just a few housekeeping things. This event is being recorded. Recordings of the talks will be shared online, but we will not be sharing the recordings of the discussions and brainstorming sessions. So please do participate in those sessions and kindly keep your microphone muted when not speaking. Okay, back to agenda. This workshop on the UK Net Zero food systems is being organized by UKRI STFC funded Food Network Plus and York Environmental Sustainability Institute. So just to give you a little bit of context on today's agenda and why we need more workshops and conversations like this. Well, we know that the UK government is responsible for meeting legally binding decarbonization objectives. However, recent research suggests that it is not on track to meet its next Climate Change Act targets or the goal of net zero by 2050. The recent IPCC 6th assessment report is a stark reminder of the importance of all countries, particularly those historically responsible for greenhouse gases emissions, devising and implementing the innovative solutions from science and technologies to innovative business models and just policy solutions are required to lower emissions. And today, our focus is primarily on understanding the UK food systems, where we are, where we need to be by 2050, how do we get there, what are the initiatives in place, what more do we need for helping us achieve radical transformation for UK net zero food systems. Now, while we are brainstorming ideas, we'll have support from our STFC Food Network Plus and YESI team for note-taking on Miro board, which we will share with you after the workshop. We will be joined by colleagues from the University of Arts London from session 2 onwards for helping us with Miro. The idea is that we capture most of your suggestions and questions for building research agenda for the future. And we hope this would be taken on board by UKRI as well as STFC Food Network Plus. Now, more information on this I will provide you towards the end. Our report will capture all of you who have actively participated in discussions and asking questions, either through chat box or by unmuting your microphones when asked. And even if you do not consider yourself working on food systems specifically, we would still want to hear from you, as you'll have fresh pairs of eyes to look into the long existing issues in the food system. Okay, as we have quite a busy schedule today and very exciting talks from the experts from the UK, Europe, and the USA. So without further ado, let's kickstart our session 1 on a bigger picture. In this session, we'll have 3 talks followed by your participation to help us answer some of the bigger questions, as well as brainstorm a few ideas and questions that we should be asking now in order to move forward towards net zero food systems. Our inaugural speaker for session 1 is Professor Toby Peters. He is Professor of Cold Economy at the University of Birmingham. He has led Centers for Excellence in Agri-Food along with multi-million projects focusing on agri-food systems, sustainability, and resilience. He will help us understand systems level challenges in agri-food sector. Toby, over to you.
Thank you. Can you see my slides? Great. Yes, so thank you very much for inviting me here today and asking me to kick off this really exciting workshop. So from my perspective, the food system has major implications for rural economies, the food and drinks industry, social well-being, climate change, food security, energy security, urban air quality, and much more. And what we've done is just very quickly is we're working with the collaboration of universities, London South Bank, Heriot-Watt, Cranfield, looking at this sort of the system, particularly post-harvest and post-harvest management and the cold chain, both in the UK, where we're running a series of programs looking out to 2050, the same in Europe, where we're looking out to 2050 as a whole systems approach, but also in the developing world, where we're leading 2 centers of excellence. And very interestingly, in the Center of Excellence in Africa, we're also developing a smart farm. So we have an integrated smart farm, post-harvest management, truly from the soil right the way through to the domestic fridge. So coming back to the UK, the food and drinks industry is the largest manufacturing sector in the UK. I think it's worth about $32 billion to the economy, and it's going to grow. However, the food supply chain as a whole, when you bring in food production, manufacturing, distribution, and retailing, is worth over $120 billion and accounts for about 9.4% of national GVA. There are over 4 million jobs, of which 3 million are in food, retail and catering. But on the other hand, as we know, the food sector is responsible for 75% of global freshwater consumption, 35% of territorial emissions, and 28% of UK road freight by tonnage. At the same time, our food security is an integrated global issue. We're reliant on imports, more than 80% of fruits, 47% of vegetables. And global food demand is set to grow by 50% by 2050, driven by growth, people moving into urban living, and more Western diets. And although this creates really good opportunities for UK farmers, fishers and food producers. At the same time, rising temperatures, frequency, intensity of droughts or flooding is impacting food cycles and deteriorating arable land and reducing water availability. So there's going to be greater global demand on food, which potentially risks availability and impacts price for the UK consumers. And let's not forget that as at today, about 1.2 billion tons of food each year is lost and wasted. This comes with major costs for economies, businesses and livelihoods. I think the total food produced at the moment is worth about $936 billion a year and could increase to $1.5 trillion a year by 2030. In the developed world, the loss is mainly in the consumer's fridge, and in the developing world, it's lost in the chain between farm and retail point. And this isn't just an economic cost. At the end of at the moment, 25,000 people die a day from hunger. 600 million people fall ill due to foodborne diseases, with around 420,000 of them dying annually. And the production of food, which doesn't make it to market, accounts for about 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions, 250 cubic kilometers of fresh water worldwide, 3 times the volume of Lake Geneva, and about 1.4 billion hectares, or 30% is the world's agricultural land area. Sorry, and just quickly on the cold chain, in developing countries, approximately 68% of our food is temperature managed. Conventional cold chains for food are energy intensive and use chemical refrigerants, which have high global warming potential. In actual fact, HFCs, where cooling accounts for 86% of the usage, are the fastest growing greenhouse gas contributor in the world, primarily due to the increase in cooling and cold chain demand. Supermarket refrigeration represents 3% of UK electricity consumption, and more than 15% of the total electricity consumed by households' domestic appliances is for fridges. So organizations are increasingly adopting net zero targets, and the number of businesses committing to net zero emissions is growing rapidly. But I think that traditional approaches to intervention have been mainly reductionist, testing individual technologies or interventions in silos. And the food system, as we know, is highly complex. It, of course, includes everything with the point of production and harvest, but then you've got preconditioning, you've got post-harvest management to processing, distribution, consumption. And it includes both static and mobile elements, which have to work seamlessly together, and which are a primary source of different energy demands across logistics, transport, and others. These systems are fragmented, data sharing collaboration is sporadic, and I don't think there's a top-down holistic view of how the system is performing. As a simple example, in the UK, 28.6% of vehicle kilometers for logistics are running empty, and vehicles are utilized to only 63% of their weight capacity. And the problem, of course, means that without greater collaboration to minimize cost and greenhouse gas emissions from cold chain logistics, we're not going to resolve these problems. So lack of interconnectivity between sectors limits, for me, opportunities to work together. And equally, focusing on optimizing subsystems neglects the interdependencies that can exist amongst the economic, energy, and technology choices, and the mitigation and adaptation strategies, social and political systems, and overall results in a suboptimal system of systems. We need to address, therefore, the significant problem of integrating complex, diverse, and variable systems from both a technical and non-technical perspective. But an integrated transition to energy efficient technology and economically optimized systems and net zero isn't going to emerge organically, given the many actors involved both in the UK and our global supply chains. And this is going to risk the UK's climate targets, our energy security and food security. as well as risk the economic opportunity for our food growers, our fishers, producers, and wider food and drinks industry and society as a whole. So I think we need an integrated approach where all the actors are considered to transform the food system into a resilient and sustainable structure that will provide healthy and affordable products to the consumer and equitable value to all stakeholders. Greater connectivity and integration are opportunities to resolve and reduce the issues such as carbon emissions and food wastage. At the same time, it can also create new business model, recognizing all the stakeholders. Additionally, technologies and their interplays are complex, and the benefits often lie in the complex crossovers, and especially as we transition to renewable energy. And a systems approach also reduces the risk of missed opportunities or indeed unintended consequences. And the other thing is, in a more uncertain world, we have to prepare for black swan events. The COVID-19 pandemic had a major impact on the food cold chains in the UK with food shortages and the inability for producers and retailers to get food to consumers. We're seeing now the impact of Ukraine. You know, it's identified, we're identifying the vulnerability of the food system, but this is also meaning we've got to work more closely together to create resilience. So we need a true whole system of systems approach to redefine the food system architecture and map the opportunities available, yes, to achieve net zero carbon food chains, but at the same time, deliver demand and climate adaptation, deliver resilience, and the decarbonisation from farmers right the way to consumers simultaneously. Equally, to attract the necessary priority and investment, we need to understand, I think, and quantify the real value of sustainable and resilient food systems by expanding the perspective beyond financial gains and measuring its impact across multiple dimensions, incorporating co-benefits and cost-benefit analysis, such as avoided void loss, reduced health care costs, avoided premature deaths due to reduced air pollution or better nutrition. These can all improve return on investment. And to date, these wider benefits aren't always systematically assessed. Hence, the degree to which sustainable and resilient food systems can enhance economic and social development isn't well understood. And these benefits, from the government's perspective, can have strategic value as they directly contribute to sustainable development and our climate targets. To develop the pathway to a net zero and resilient systems food cold chain, and so we need first to assess and understand the changing demands on the system out to 2050 and what the food system might need to look like in 2050 and how different it will be today. And this can be driven by political goals around resilient, sustainable and equitable food system, our relationship with the global market, evolving preferences and consumer dietary choices, climate change, shifts such as the growth of home shopping and the reorganization of supply chains with the emergence of e-logistics, other technology advances in food production and new sources of proteins, but also the transition to renewables, environmental and ecological needs. In so doing, we can then identify out the drivers or barriers for change, including, among others, climate, industry growth projections, changes to import diet, new logistics, consumer delivery models, known legislation, as well as predicted changes to the energy market, and understand what the food system might need to look like and what the implications are for energy demands and climate, while influencing it to deliver opportunity, value, and resilience to all stakeholders. Such a futuristic vision of the food chain requires a constructive engagement of all stakeholders from all sectors. And we're building a model as a tool for constructive engagement from farm to fork at the moment. And our aim is to capture the complexity of the system and the interaction of different agents within the system. As a first step, the model we're doing uses a whole system approach, and we've identified 7 categories of drivers for change around environmental, social, behavioral, business and economic, policy, technology and infrastructure. And then from there, we're identifying the sub-drivers of food systems within those 7 categories, looking at past trends, as well as predicting changes leading up to 2050. Sub-drivers identified are working towards increasing the demand or decreasing the demand, or even shifting demand from one sector to another or another part of the food system. So obviously, as for example, as the global mean temperature continues to rise, projections point to increase in the intensity and frequency of heat waves or heat extremes. This can obviously change agricultural production, but at the same time, it will increase the demand for refrigeration, which will have an energy impact. And likewise, whilst climate change induced extreme weather events, we look at that around agriculture, it also may stress logistics and transport links and increase the demand for emergency cold storage in affected areas. So we have to think in this system. Another example is the shopping habits of the consumer is changing from physical retail stores to online platforms. So are we actually going to see by 2050 the demise of the supermarket and the growth of the home delivery with big warehouses rather than big stores as the anchor point? And likewise, growing income levels combined with health, safety, environmental concerns will lead to changes in dietary patterns. And furthermore, alternative protein market has seen a 290% rise in investment. And all of these trends will prompt stakeholders throughout the food system to rethink their business models, impacting all other stakeholders positively or negatively. And it's important to recognize that sub-drivers under one driver category could impact sub-drivers on other categories, as they're all part of a single system and don't act in silos. And a model framework, I think, allows us to look at a wide range of parameters and test the narratives and assumptions for expected outcome in the horizon. Our goal, of course, must be to capture all possible drivers, sub-drivers of the future system, as it allows us to develop alternative scenarios and go beyond business as usual. And as we do this, we have to look at all of them. And we've actually looked at now currently to date, we've identified 84 sub-drivers. We're not saying it's inclusive, but we think it's a good start. And hopefully, as we go forward, we can look at developing them. And then from there, by scoring and analyzing, you can bring it down to potentially the top 20 or the top 15 of the really important sub-drivers across the system to work on. So, in summary, for me, designing a sustainable food system presents a wicked problem with diverse drivers and barriers. It requires going beyond a view of the supply chain as linear and taking an end-to-end system approach, considering the dynamic and interconnected relationships and feedback loops between processes, as well as social, economic, environmental outcomes within the whole system. And while doing that, it's also important to take a future-orientated approach and understand how the needs, the requirements, the technologies, the climate conditions, and the overall system might evolve over time or need to evolve over time. And at the same time, plan for the unknown unknowns as much as possible. This is critical for building resilience and to ensure future capability and capacity. Our goal has to be a co-design, a targeted, mission-driven, innovative, decarbonising framework with a sequenced and costed pathways for net zero transition built from the participation and contribution of multiple stakeholders right the way from production to consumption. It should be planned and realised as a bottom-up and user-centric approach where scalability and flexibility obtained through the system-of-system aggregation, sharing and control of the resources of all users and stakeholders. The search for solutions always starts with users' needs, but it all ends without reducing users, e.g. farmers' well-being, social, just, and economically viable. It's inclusive. To this end, it's essential to understand all the drivers and multiple dimensions that will shape the food system to ensure nutrition and food security for all in 2050, in line with climate and development targets, and strengthen community and system resilience. But with an understanding of the main drivers for a sustainable food system, government policymakers and financiers can then identify the most cost-effective pathways for transitioning not simply to a net zero, but a smarter and resilient food system, meeting the needs of all stakeholders, ensuring better cohesion to reduce the investment risk. Thank you very much. Back to you, Salon.
Thanks, Toby. Thank you. This is extremely interesting work and very insightful talk. I would just request all the participants here that if you have any questions, then please use the chat box here in Zoom, which is down there. So please use that for posting the questions. So we will open up all the questions towards the end once we are finished with all the 3 speakers. Okay, so our next speaker is Dr. Stephen McKenzie from RAP. He's a sustainability specialist who's working on greenhouse gases emissions in food systems, and he would be helping us understand current trends and future research directions in the UK food systems net zero analysis, and he'll be presenting net zero pathways that RAP has recently released. Okay, Stephen, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sanal, and thank
not
you
on the
for...
full view.
It's not on the full view.
No, so it's not on the presenter view.
If you just click on display settings, Stephen, just above your presenter view, and it should give you the option of switching screens.
Yeah, meanwhile, Stephen is doing that. Thank you for the suggestions that has been coming through the participants here. I think some of the suggestions are really good, and we would be hopefully taking them all on board in our report. So please keep them coming. Okay, Stephen, over to you.
Okay, thank you for inviting myself and RAP to talk at this event, Sanal, and thank you both for the prompt there on the full screen. So I'm just going to talk a little bit within this brief of an overview of the picture that RAP sees from the perspective of the business members and other signatories that we have to our voluntary agreements in relation to the pathway to net zero. So first of all, just to cover that we are currently coordinating a voluntary agreement called the Courtauld Commitment, for anyone who's not aware of it on this call. Various business signatories and other stakeholders have signed up to this as a kind of overall commitment for the food industry to halve greenhouse gas emissions associated with the UK food industry, as well as food waste and drink, and including 50% of water from sustainably managed sources. But I'm going to focus on the greenhouse gases today in this talk for obvious reasons. And just to give you some idea of the kind of members that we have in this commitment, there's a wide array of members, really encompassing the large retailers in the UK food sector, the large players in the hospitality sector, and various relevant kind of associated members with industry bodies and groups that represent large numbers of producers and processors within the food system. So what I'm going to talk about initially is a report that RAP released last year, which was one of the kind of array of, I suppose, temperature checks and baselining that's been done on the UK food system in terms of its greenhouse gas emissions. The slide I've got up here now is one of the representations of the outcomes from that. I wouldn't imagine that the outcomes were too controversial to anyone on this call in terms of where emissions were coming from. It dovetails quite nicely with some of the other reports that have been done in this space. Generally, you can see the majority of the greenhouse gas emissions coming from primary production processes. For the specific UK context, there was almost an even split in that analysis between emissions coming from imported food as opposed to domestically produced food. And then you see various other emissions coming further down the supply chain as the food, as food makes its way through to consumers and use and everything else. But I suppose the point to note from our perspective and the perspective of the members and the conversations that we have is that, and this isn't new as well, is that there's obviously a lot of leverage further down that supply chain that's dictating what's going on further back up. And just to give you an idea in terms of the context of the overall UK footprint, that particular analysis that we released suggested that the food system was responsible for around a third of UK greenhouse gas emissions. And it also did a comparison of the emissions, the direction of travel for those emissions for the UK food system as a whole between 2015 and 2019. And that showed around about an 8% reduction, which is movement in the positive direction, but it's nowhere near the kind of speed of reductions that we would need to be hitting those commitments that all the signatories that we talked to have signed up on, never mind the overall UK net zero commitments. So as part of that report, we also identified a set of specific kind of pathways within the food system that would represent the opportunity to take emissions down by 50% by 2030. Again, you can see the major areas that were identified won't be necessarily a big surprise. Reducing the level of deforestation associated with the supply chain, energy decarbonisation and efficiency. These are kind of, and also a relatively significant opportunity with dietary change. One of the things that I would say that isn't necessarily represented in either the previous slide that I presented or this one is that when you go through that report, which is available on our website, we also did an analysis of how much consensus there was around the data in relation to some of these findings. And you'll see that in particular, in relation to the findings on deforestation and the dietary change and some of the major pillars of opportunity that we identified to reduce the UK food systems GHGs, the data was completely contested, and you couldn't really come up with an answer to say there was any kind of consensus coming out of the research in that area on exactly how large the reductions available were. So that was kind of a general overview that we produced as a report last year. One of the things that has come out from our work with our members more generally, and this is going back more to, I guess, business needs in this area and how they feel, how they view this issue, is that they consistently fed back to us that they felt there was a need to improve the consistency of the accounting in this area, to have better confidence in the information flowing through the supply chain that was effectively either allowing them to understand whether they were reducing their greenhouse gases, and also, very key, to ensure that commitment to this pathway and commitment to monitoring and reducing greenhouse gases in the food supply chain didn't just push the burden of that data collection and that cost back up the supply chain to producers. And that's something that kind of comes up time and time again in the conversations that we have. Obviously, as part of that, we established, as part of kind of responding to that feedback that we got, we established a specific working group for greenhouse gases, called, imaginatively called the Courtauld Greenhouse Gas Working Group, that has over 100 organisations as members of it, coming to the various meetings that we hold within that. And as part of our activities for the next year, we will be publishing and piloting a set of protocols and guidelines for food businesses on how to account for greenhouse gases in their supply chains and how to potentially interpret the various sets of international guidelines that are out there to account for that, monitor it, and set targets to reduce it. And that's what the kind of our the majority of our work with those signatories coming in the year will be to go through and play the role of interpreting the research and the subsequent international guidelines that come from that research in allowing those businesses to monitor, report, and reduce their greenhouse gases. And one of the things that kind of really steps out for us in kind of having those conversations, going through the research of and detailing where all the international guidelines are now and where things need to go, is that quite a lot of the solutions being used at that level, practically applied in the business community, are potentially short-term fixes that don't necessarily kind of really address some of the problems. And some of the clear things that pop out to us in the conversations are a feeling of inconsistencies in the way that that information currently mostly internally is being presented within businesses in terms of footprinting specific products or footprinting aspects of their supply chain. There's clear questions about data ownership and verification going through those complex supply chains. I mentioned before about the perception of unfairness and the perception of pushing burdens back up the supply chain in terms of data collection. And there's also fears around double counting and the idea of people manipulating data in this area to claim credit for reductions that other people are also claiming. There's a huge amount, one thing that we do see looking to the research community and generally in this space is there's a huge amount of existing work to build on. It just needs a clear vision to streamline it and connect the dots. And there, hopefully, as part of the National Food Strategy White Paper that is upcoming, will be a mandate for the government to step in and create some structures to do that. Now, I did mention previously that kind of complexity and the huge array of initiatives that are going on in this space. Part of the work that we have been doing internally has been to try and make sense of that through kind of quick and dirty mapping exercises of the various initiatives that are going on in this space. And as we're doing that, again, some things jump out in terms of areas where greater consensus is needed. I mean, one of the things, it's quite a busy slide this, but one of the things that you can see, the wide variety of carbon accounting tools that are being used. You can also, when talking to people who are trying to harmonize and streamline environmental data, it jumps out the need that effectively the answer to the question of what are the most useful points across all of these systems of activity data for us to be collecting that are most sensitive within those environmental assessments hasn't been addressed as well as one might assume. I think for those who are organizing the big platforms that are looking like this, like the Hestia platform and the Food Steps platform and Mondra, and the ones that are trying to organize all that environmental data about the food system, are still nervous that the relevant work on sensitivity analysis and some of that kind of big data work that could be done hasn't really been done, whereas there's potentially a lot of money being thrown at solutions for remote sensing and things that will enable us to collect more data rather than understanding what the most important data points are to collect. And finally, there is also a feeling that there is not as much understanding as we would like on some of the end game solutions that people are talking about collecting and using all this data to implement. There was a very nice report recently by the Green Alliance and WWF, and I'm sure there's lots of other people on this call and in the research community doing great work on this, about how you can use this kind of data for very different outcomes depending on how you set up carbon markets. There has been differing work on and I think still quite a bit of uncertainty about how a lot of this data feeds in to consumer facing eco labels and the kind of behavior change or not that might cause. And there are various other questions. I don't want to overshoot on my time here, so I'm going to wrap up. But yes, so in general, some of the things that we see in those kind of business facing conversations that we have, the need for greater consensus on the key sources of emissions, a need to streamline the data that's required to be tracked throughout the supply chain to track those emissions, and to be confident that if you're saying a particular food product, because carbon footprints are very variable for the same food product depending on the supply chain. The need to understand what the most important data collection points are there, a need for harmonization and consistency in the methods and the priorities for environmental metrics more generally, although again, we'll keep it focused on the greenhouse gases in this discussion. A need for a greater understanding, as I said, about some of those kind of end use interventions for all this data, and a clear pathway to avoid pushing burdens up the supply chain to producers. And I'll finish on that note, and thank you so much, Sanal, for inviting us.
Thanks, Stephen. You might already see there are questions coming in the chat box.
I could not see anything.
No, I mean, yeah, once you stop sharing your screen, hopefully you can go on the chat box and start answering a few questions, but we will be picking up those questions after we finish with our third speaker. I think this is a great and very insightful talk, Stephen, with all the possibilities of what we could do in the future research. Now we are moving towards our third speaker, who is Professor Dominic Moran, and he's a professor in agricultural and resource economics from University of Edinburgh. In this talk, he will be helping us understand what the climate change research priorities are or should be for sustainable food systems. So Dominic, over to you. And for all the participants, please let your questions and the comments keep coming through the chat box.
Thanks, Sonal. Just to be clear, am I sharing my screen already?
Not yet.
Gareth, can you remind me what I do, please? Or somebody?
Yeah, you should have an option at the bottom, Dominic. It says share screen.
Oh, yeah, I see now. Thank you. That's better. That's better. Thanks, Sonal. Let's go back to the beginning of this talk. Right, that should be, you seeing that now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, right, what have I done wrong?
So share screen, and then you select the window, which is your PowerPoint.
I should. Let's go do that. Get out of there. Share screen. Right, you're seeing that now?
Not
We're
yet.
not, no.
Okay, well, I'm sharing screen, so I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. Share that.
Okay, perfect.
It's coming through now.
Grand. Apologies for that. Right, let's make that from, that's better. Okay, so 10 minutes to kind of add value to the previous speakers who have already covered a lot of the ground. There's obviously hundreds and hundreds. Well, there is, I think, literally hundreds of potential questions around the research related to climate change and taking emissions out of food systems and also adapting them. But for the sake of argument, I'm going to hone down in this talk on some of the sustainability metrics that I can perceive, and overlapping a bit with Stephen, the policy and governance issues that mean that it's very hard to track down some of these emissions and apportion them to polluters. So that's what I'm going to focus on mostly in 10 minutes, okay? Okay, just to remind ourselves, what's a food system? Well, in its fundamental sense, it's something that links supply with the demand side. So it's everything we can do with the land and everything we can do on the consumption side in terms of the preferences of consumers, their wants and desires, and also everything in between. So that's the use of transport, energy, waste, and an economic system that is has some overarching governance structure that regulates the control of power in the system, for example. Because we're interested in climate change, this whole thing has to work within some notional planetary boundaries, and I'm sure many of you on the call are familiar with some of the rhetoric around the planetary boundaries. And because we're dealing with climate change, we're talking about greenhouse gas concentrations coming out of this system, and as we've seen in Stephen's talk, apportioning them fairly to different parts of the system so that we can then consider the cost effectiveness of mitigation in each part of the system. So what metrics might we think about if we look at sustainability of such a system? Well, first and foremost, the respect for planetary boundaries. And as I said, that's in terms of parts per million of greenhouse gas equivalent that are coming out of the system. But that's not the only planetary boundary. As I said, there's a rhetoric that's been around related to the Resilience Alliance and the Stockholm researchers who have come up with different notional planetary boundaries that we are at the frontier of or transgressing at the moment. Second set of metrics we can think about are the extent to which we're internalizing external cost, Related to health and the environment, there's a third set of metrics in relation to resilience of the system, which I think Toby mentioned, and resilience and adaptability of the system. I won't say much about adaptation because that opens up a whole different research agenda on adaptation metrics for the system. But there's clearly an overlap between mitigation and adaptation, which has to be borne in mind. Are we making the system more or less resilient and adaptable by chasing down mitigation options? Third set of metrics can relate to circularity, and again, this comes back to Toby's point about reducing waste in the system, and we have to stay within planetary boundaries and respect the laws of thermodynamics about what we do about waste and entropy in the system. Fourth set of metrics we can think about are in relation to intra and intergenerational equity and distribution of justice of resources and nutrition within the system. And within this category, I'd also place this issue about the metrics we might use for understanding power in the system and moderating power, which is a clear problem within the UK food system, which might actually help us when it comes to regulating emissions. It might actually increase transparency. But power is also thought to be a detrimental feature of the UK system, well, not just the UK system, but food systems in many developed countries. And finally, I would suggest other metrics related to social limits to growth. And these are metrics that have been pointed out in other rhetorical devices, such as the donut economics framework, which tries to drill into the planetary boundaries framework and look locally about what other metrics that represent social justice and social limits that we should reflect on when we're delivering or thinking about sustainability within the food system. And when you kind of map these things out, the initial framework or the initial diagram I put up becomes far more complicated. There's a myriad of entry points that we can think about, but we're interested in climate change, so let's think more carefully now about, well, what do we know about the emissions from different parts of the system, and how do we prioritize which emissions sources we're going to tackle first? Sorry, I'm going back. Okay, well, Stephen has done me a favor. He's actually pinpointed where the balance of emissions are coming from. In what follows, I'll probably think a bit more about farm level emissions, but obviously we're dealing with the food supply chain. I won't ignore that. So first of all, what metrics might we think about? And again, these have been covered fairly well in Stephen's talk. Metrics for emissions from the system obviously relate to footprints facilitated by development of life cycle analysis and greater transparency in the system. We can also think about adjusted counts for the sector. This has been kind of cast in terms of something called the true cost accounting for the sector, which in my language just means valuing the external costs, or quantifying them and potentially valuing them if we want to make things commensurate in monetary terms. We do this because we want to internalize or pin these costs back to the parts of the system that are responsible for them. So internalizing external costs through pricing, correct pricing of inputs and outputs. And that might be through emissions taxation in the case of greenhouse gas emissions. We've got a long way to go in terms of our understanding of the use of taxation and its implementation in the sector. Other metrics, as I mentioned already, are related to the issue of measuring and regulating market power. Indicators of food access and availability at local, national and global levels, and the levels of malnutrition at the same levels. And other indicators of meaningful participation and representation within the system. And these metrics can apply to different pollutants and social impacts, but we're interested in greenhouse gas emissions. So in current state of affairs, we're actually saying, or we're actually asking the question of whether all these emissions are of equal value, or are they all equal? And clearly they're not. I mean, the focus on greenhouse gas emissions isn't an accident. It's because we're probably facing an existential threat in terms of greenhouse gas concentrations and climate change. So, and hence the rush to net zero. And that brings us to the emissions intensity of production and potentially consumption as our key focus. Stephen covered the information already on the relative emissions within the system. For most of my work, I've been interested in the 30% or so that he's highlighted as emerging from within the farm gate. And once even when we start thinking about that proportion of emissions, we can start to have a bit of a challenge in terms of delineating and enumerating the literally hundreds of mitigation measures that can be applied on farm across arable and livestock systems and the use of energy. And then moving from production to consumption to consider some of the challenges we might face there. So we can drill down within the agricultural part of the supply chain and find larger categories of measures that we can delineate and enumerate. And looking at just the arable sector, in previous work we uncovered almost 200 measures that we can apply to arable systems within the UK and or globally as successful ways of mitigating emissions. Now, the question that then follows then is, well, what should we do first if we're able to technically isolate measures and understand their ability to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions? How do we then set priorities? And I'll move on to that in a minute. But moving from production to consumption side, we're probably facing an even greater problem. We know roughly what we can do on the consumption side. We can use the price system, as I said, and taxation. But we're still up against, I mean, there are many policy examples around the world that have been tried, not all successful, and not all of them have been evaluated yet. And many of them are very controversial and not particularly attractive to policymakers, but they are there to be scoped out and to be tested. Whether we're talking about the production or the consumption side, we have to have some understanding of the relative cost effectiveness of each of these interventions. And on the right hand side here, I'm just falling back on the device that has been used by the Committee of Climate Change to define carbon budgets for any sector, be it food and farming, agriculture and land use change, or transport or heavy industry. On the right hand side, you have the abatement cost curve, which is basically a stylized bar chart which organizes measures in terms of their relative cost effectiveness. So each bar is essentially a measure that you can implement. Let's assume on a farm or within the farming sector in the UK. And the measures that you see below the axis are the measures that are potentially and attractively cost effective or cost saving, as well as reducing emissions. And then moving progressively from left to right, you can see measures becoming more and more expensive. And the width, by the way, is the mitigation potential, the abatement potential, how much greenhouse gas can be saved by using that measure to its fullest extent. And as we move from left to right, some measures become more expensive, and the dotted line is the cutoff point we use traditionally to delineate cost effectiveness relative to an external carbon price, because that carbon price tells us we can go and find or buy an emissions reduction somewhere else in the economy. So those green measures are then mapped to the left-hand side, which shows our business as usual trajectory. And if we can implement all those cost-effective measures from the right-hand side onto the left-hand side baseline, we could remove that green triangle and get on a lower trajectory of emissions. And that lower trajectory of emissions is essentially the carbon budget for the sector. It's the budget that the sector's allowed to work within, given the cost-effective potential within the sector. And of course, now we've got net zero on top of the original carbon budgeting approach that I'm just describing here, used by the CCC. And within the trajectories of the baseline and the mitigation potential, you now have extra abatement or greenhouse gas removal technologies that are being ramped up or put into the baseline as technically possible. So what's the point of showing you this? Well, for all those bars on the bar chart on the right hand side, or on the marginal abatement cost curve, there's a research agenda around each and every one of individual measure. We don't know all the questions that help us to understand the cost effectiveness and the policy potential of each of these measures. So we've got to step through some research questions. First of all, does a measure actually work? If it works, how much abatement or mitigation would we get from using it to its fullest potential across UK agriculture, or thinking more widely, across UK food supply chains? The second question is, what is its economic potential? Is it cost effectiveness? Is it cost effective in the system that you're putting it in relative to the carbon price? Because again, the carbon price tells us we can go out and buy an emissions mitigation unit of greenhouse gas reduction cheaply somewhere else. So we've got to step through that calculation for each and every individual measure. Thirdly, is this feasible? Is this measure feasible in behavioral terms? Just because it's technically possible and economically attractive doesn't mean that it's going to pass a behavioral test. Many measures, for example, implemented within UK farming have faced certain behavioral barriers that have to be understood, using inputs from social science and psychology to understand why farmers do or don't do them. And finally, even if we step through the first three stages, is there actually a policy to actually help us implement the measure that we're interested in? So a measure may be technically possible, economically attractive, behaviorally feasible, but there isn't a policy. And at the moment, this is the situation, certainly within farming in the UK, if not in the wider supply chain. And Stephen has actually highlighted some of the barriers that, you know, would limit not just the participation of the industry and reduce some of their reticence to get involved, but also on the policy side, there's a limited policy suite of policy levers available to lever industry behavior. And that's certainly something that requires more research. What is an effective policy? So in agricultural terms, we have what I can generally summarize as sermons, carrots and sticks. We're mostly stuck in the sermons and the carrots policy options at the moment. So I'm talking about voluntary measures, persuasion, information and advisory services given to farmers. And actually, I could say more widely in the supply chain. For the reasons I think Stephen outlined, you know, many of the mandatory or regulatory procedures is just not in place because of lack of data transparency. But that isn't to say we can't move towards more mandatory compliance payments to incentivize action or fines and prohibition. And that includes the use of carbon prices and more penetration of carbon prices in the sector. But clearly there's a quite a subtle difference between some of these measures, and that is who actually owns the property right here. And that takes us back to some of the fundamentals of implementing the polluter pays principle in this domain. Who is the polluter? And what is their property right under law to pollute? And that governs whether we pay them or they pay society by incurring costs to mitigate the pollution themselves. Anyway, this leads to a rather, in my mind, a rather long list of questions that can be drilled into further. But again, it's not exhaustive, and I'm going to end here. So there's governance structures, clearly a governance problem across the supply chain when it comes to mitigation. There's no overarching governance structure. The introduction of a carbon price might fix that, but that's a more market-based approach to introducing the externality more generally into the sector. The issue of carbon footprinting and transparency has already been addressed by Stephen. As in my interest lies in improving the max, especially consumption side measures on the marginal abatement cost curves, improving the max to include ancillary or co-effects in the calculation of cost effectiveness of the measures. So that moves the measures around on the bar chart. Specific technical potential of things like biotech, genetics, genomics, and gene drive, and carbon mitigation, certainly in the livestock sector. Consumer responses to carbon labeling. Surprisingly, we still don't know enough about that. And further penetration of carbon prices in the sector. Where and when might that happen? With or without carbon prices, the evolution of meat demand and meat substitutes, and the penetration of plant-based diets and the implications for land use change more widely, and what policies we need to regulate land use change if we had larger demand for plant-based diets, and justice in transitions in reducing food systems emissions, fairness and equity in who gets clobbered by carbon prices, and more immediately, perhaps the introduction of a border price adjustment for carbon pricing, which is certainly on the statute book for the European Commission, if not the UK. So I'll say thank you at that point and hand back to Sonal.
Thanks, Dominic. Super insightful talk with lots of questions and lots of, food for thoughts for future research. I'm sure there would be many questions coming from the audience. However, so as you are digesting all these information and the different, perspectives coming from all the three speakers, please feel free to use chat box for asking any questions or raise your hand, and then I'll see you on my screen, and then I'll start unmuting you or asking you to unmute yourself, and then you would be given the floor for asking the question. So I'll start with the first question here. So Robin Pinning from STFC UKRI, if you can unmute yourself, because you have asked, I think, 3 questions.
Already unmuted.
Yeah, 3 questions. So feel free to ask them directly. Happy to take the floor.
Okay, so I asked some questions in the chat box actually, but I can probably sum this up. So it's really clear to solve some of these problems. It's not just in net zero and looking at the emissions, though that's just one example throughout the whole food supply chain from farm to fork. So this is complex systems is needed. You're not going to develop a monolithic answer to this. You'd kind of be daft to try and start that. So you need something like the cyber physical infrastructure approach, where you define some standards, you define what the building blocks might look like for each individual person getting involved in this individual organization. So to do that and to get the critical mass around that, you really need an industry-wide activity, right? So who has the convening power? I mean, Dominic did touch on this after I wrote this question, funnily enough, but who really does have the convening power here? Is it driven by the primes in the industry? So this is, so the food suppliers. Is it driven by agriculture? Is it driven by DEFRA? That's really my question here.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. So first I'll ask Toby to take this, and then Stephen can jump in, and then Dominic.
Well, I think that the problem is it's cross-government, and because it as I was trying to explain in my slides, you're looking at the consumer, you're looking at transport, you're looking at energy, and the system. And the problem is government works in silos. So agriculture and the cold chain are completely separate, but are completely interlinked. And as you transition to energy, the problem is that energy underpins all of these, so energy storage and the energy strategies. I'm going to sort of take the easy route and say what would be great is if a network was set up which could lead and actually manage this and actually act as the sort of the middle point, where you've got the government agencies above it, the stakeholders here, and it's pulling it together in a non-political, non-policy and sort of non-bias approach, where it's not coming from its own agenda. I mean, and this is really important because it's not just about the retailer, the farmer, the consumer. It's about all of these. It's about our import strategy. It's about every element. So I think, a food systems network has to be, for me, the way forward.
Thanks, Toby. Stephen?
Thanks very much. I suppose I can give you the perspective on the kind of conversations that we have around the national food strategy, and particularly with the various DEFRA teams who are thinking about things like the Food Data Transparency Partnership. We recently went out to some of those working groups that I mentioned and did a bit of polling of members effectively as to how they might feel like they wanted to feed into how different actors should be feeding into these kind of mechanisms. I think generally there was a feeling overall that government needed to take responsibility for the convening power, as you mentioned in that question. But there was a lot of desire for that convening power to draw on kind of existing networks and bodies that industry were feeding into, whether that was through the IGD or the British Retail Consortium, or through the Courtauld Working Group or various other bodies. There was kind of it was clear that there were certain roles that different actors could play, but the overall responsibility for the convening was definitely felt to be with government.
Thanks, Stephen. Dominic, anything to add to that?
Not really. I mean, Stephen's gone out and talked to the industrial actors. I mean, they're always going to. I suppose the cynical addition would be they'll always push this towards government, because it's complex and it's a messy and what's the word we use?
Wicked.
What's that? Wicked, yes, that's right. I mean, it's wicked, but I mean, you can solve a wicked problem by I mean, potentially, in theory at least. And as an economist, I'm always going to say, okay, sorry, to say the convening, we're all at the limits of governance, right? Whose problem is this, and who gets to set the rules? Well, as a wicked industrial structure, and the supply chain is a bit messy. This is always going to be very elusive and pinning it all down. And probably the right answer is what Stephen said, that the actors will get that. We'll see that there's a demand side, and slowly but surely there'll be an evolution towards what consumers want as the problem gets worse, and government will set some parameters around labeling and compliance. And I don't know, maybe they will oversee something. On the other hand, you know, the textbook economic approach would just be to say, price the externality, and then let the market work. That's an easy way out of this, in theory, if that's not an oxymoron. Because actually, you know, if it's going to have to happen, it'll happen.
Yeah.
And then we'll see how the system adjusts.
Thanks,
yeah, it would be nice just to come back on that. It would be nice, because that's you know, you're in the sort of you're in the sticks category then, aren't you, Dominic, like, as you pointed out. And I think that it would be nice via a technical route, I'm bound to say that, I'm a technologist, it'd be nice via a technical route to show the benefits of voluntarily being part of this system. And I guess, you know, for this food network, thinking about you know, demonstrations of systems that we've got as pilots that could sit at various stages of this, that show the efficiency increase, perhaps, as well as meeting the obligations there. I think in terms of the driving this across government, you're right, that I've seen the siloization across the different departments there. And maybe if you drive this from a technical point of view, you could drive that through BEIS, because they're really interested in this, or DCMS.
Yeah.
Can I just add one problem with what we have to be wary about with government is that, you know, this, as I said in the intro, this is about looking at something out to 2050. Right? Government often has a much more short-term next 1,500 days to the next election, and you know, so. You know, and as I said, BEIS has got a different agenda to DEFRA, to, you know, they've all got different agendas. And that's why I come back. I don't think, government is a key stakeholder, but I don't think they need to empower the convener and help fund it. But I do question whether they should be the convener themselves. I do think that we need someone who can do the real deep dive integration of everybody, the research, and then come up with the recommendations, in particular looking out to, you know, 30 years hence, not 20. You know, it's a different economic or policy.
Completely agree. I see that we see this in other areas as well, Toby, so yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, thanks, Toby. That's a really good perspective. So I'll have to give the floor to Carolina. I'll come back to you, but I know that Marian has to leave immediately. So Marian first, and then Carolina.
Thank you. Sorry, Carolina, that I've jumped the queue there. It's really interesting points that have been raised so far, and I think that my view is a lot of this has to be led with industry, actually adapting some real case studies in this area and linking up and integrating. I mean, Robin will know, and Jens, who's on the call, that we have this platform called Daphne, and we've been experimenting with some of this with urban farming networks across Indonesia, and actually trying to link their data up so that we can put farmers in touch with distribution and supply networks so that they can deliver their produce quickly. And it's been fraught with difficulties getting hold of data, sharing data, various levels of expertise across the researchers and the actual people that are at the base level producing the food. So I think there needs to be some real funded pilots to integrate a number of industry organizations together to start testing some of this. I mean, we had a recent project called Credo, which was a joint project with Hartree, STFC and Daphne and Cambridge. There was a huge number of people involved, 3 different industries, a totally different area than food, but it still proved the point of connecting up 3 dispersed industries, getting data agreements in place, dealing with the data challenges, and then actually producing something that someone could actually see from a policymaker's point of view, a visualization of where the issues were. It was a project to do with flooding of crucial assets within, you know, an energy and a water network and a telecoms network. Similar things to apply here, I think, if I can be so bold as to suggest. So, I mean, that is, I think, what's needed are these case study pilots, because government, once they see there's something good coming out of it, will back it. At the moment, it's hard to get money, I would say, out of government for this type of thing. I'll stop talking anyway, but that was my kind of comment. Thank you for giving me some floor space. Thanks.
No, thanks, Marianne. I think it's an interesting perspective to bring in different systems and what there has worked in those systems. Can we test some of those interventions in the food systems? I think that's a good way to maybe do a few pilots on that. Carolina, sorry for giving you waiting.
No, it is. Thank you for giving me the space, and I want to thank first the speakers, because their presentations were very opening for this discussion. I want to highlight 2 points. I have been engaged recently in the UK sector, our food sector, and we are running now a study about pack houses and their challenge related with labor crisis. So coming back to this idea that we are talking about very complex systems having different challenges, I think that we don't have to forget that plus the net zero challenges is coming all this labor challenge that is related with shortage, but also with skills, and the fact that there's also increases on the labor cost in such a way that perhaps net zero will not be their priority in terms of how to respond to the challenges that are presenting. No? So I wonder how much that should be into consideration, because at the end, it's something that they are really, really struggling, at least in the case of first produce pack house industry. We were talking with them, and that's their main concern. And the other element that strikes me, and it's something that it happened in general on the agri-food sector globally, is that this idea of producing cheap food has created a very competitive environment and a very fragmented environment within the industry. And we can find it here in UK and in other parts of the world where people, they don't work together. So a lot of the things that you are proposing have to, in some way or another, first tackle this challenge of a very fragmented sector that is not working together, that has been bringing this message of competition, and that in some way or another, this point about power relations and the way that retailers engage in these conversations will become key. No, it's like, really, how can we create collaboration in an environment in which competition is the first point, no? And it's not only related to retailers, but the way that I translate the government is managing this double message of saying, well, yes, we're going to be paying for public goods, but at the same time, the way that producers solve problems with food sector is going to be a very, very private way, you know? So I think that conflict and fragmentation and mistrust or trust and the creation of a new way of governance will be key for moving forward these initiatives. Thank you.
Thanks, Carolina. I'm sure we will be covering a little bit more on conflicts in our second session. But yes, thank you for those suggestions and your questions. They are very valid. Are there any speakers here, like Toby, Stephen, Dominic, who want to respond to that, or shall we wait for session 2?
No, I mean, just quickly, that's very much what we're looking at with the Centre for Sustainable Cooling and Post-Harvest Management and Food Systems in Africa to try and look at this and the role of all these challenges, particularly in the developing market.
Yeah. Thanks, Toby. Ray?
Thanks, Sonal. Thank you very much, speakers, for a very interesting and insightful talk. My question is more to do with the systems perspective of net zero. Seen as different food supply chains operate under different types of systems. Some of them are global, some of them are operate different combinations of local and global chains, while some of them are exclusively local. I was wondering whether, are we thinking of net zero as having a straight-jacketed approach to looking at the food system holistically? Are we targeting different types of supply chains and how they operate in the UK food system?
Yeah. Okay. So shall I ask Stephen to answer this first, and then Toby and Dominic, you can add to that?
I actually could see Toby nodding along. I actually don't know if I have a lot to add to answer that particular question. So I'd pass it over, to be honest.
That's fine. Toby?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's my view, is that the whole point is that we've got to address net zero, but we've got to address other challenges as well at the same time. You can't do it in isolation. The problem with the food system is it has to deliver nutritional food to the consumer, it has to deliver equitable value to the farmer, and it has to integrate all the other elements. And yes, it has to work at a global and a local level. And as we get problems, issues like we're seeing in Ukraine, and out of the back of Brexit, you've got governments who are trying to make their food systems more resilient, more dependent on their own supply rather than import. So this is, you've highlighted the problem, is that it's a system of systems which have to work together, and everything, and that for me is the challenge, is that you can't look at the isolation of a local system without understand its relationship within the global system, and what that means. Not least because if we're going to increase food production in the UK, then actually we're going to be importing CO2 emissions, because those are at the moment in Kenya or another country. So you can't. I don't think you can separate out elements of it. It's the whole system. It's a system of subsystems.
Toby, just on that point, I'm sure Alice would have something to add there in session 2, is that, anything that we are consuming here in the UK, the proposition is that we are importing CO2 anyways, whether we are producing in the UK or importing food from outside the UK. That emissions belongs to the consumers who are consuming food in the UK. So I don't know if Alice has anything to add on that, or whether we'll wait for session 2 when Alice presents.
Yeah, I'll go over, I suppose, the kind of consumption-based implications of UK food demand in my presentation. But yeah, the consumption-based account is about 52% greater than our territorial account. So yeah, and anything at the consumer level really has this kind of impact that snowballs throughout the supply chain. So it's really important level to look at. But yeah, I'll talk a bit more about that later.
Cheers. Thanks, Alice. Okay, I realize that we have to hit the questions as well. And I'm sure the second question would be taken care in session 2, but we have to move ahead with at least the first question, which is, how do you imagine a resilient food system would look like in 2050? And this is an open floor, questions to literally anyone. So just like, just help us understand what your imagination is towards a 2050 resilient food systems. So meanwhile, you're thinking about that. I'll give a floor to Laura Cardenas from Rothenstedt Research, who has asked 2 questions there. Laura?
Thank you, Sana. I just have a couple of comments. One to do with the emissions and the expression of emissions, because in research we find that if we change a plant species, for example, or we change the breed of an animal, the effect on emissions directly might not be too significant, but there might be quite a large effect on productivity, for example. So when you express emissions per area basis or per head of animal or that kind of units, you might not find that there is any change. When you take into account productivity, then you see the effects. So my point there was really that I think we should consider both ways, particularly because for the UNFCCC, and I am an inventory compiler and a reviewer for the UNFCCC of agricultural inventories, you report in a per area basis, effectively, or per animal number. So we need to, we achieve net zero, but there is the other angle, is how we report internationally. And my other point was to do with data, and I think that is quite an important point to consider, because when we are trying to assess measures to achieve net zero, we need good data, and it is difficult to get good data, and sometimes there is no data. So I think exploring whether data are available and whether it is a question of perhaps the culture, and for example, I'm talking in case of farmers, if they think the data might be a bit confidential because they don't want to disclose some of their data, but in fact, data is for a useful purpose and it doesn't have to be disclosed completely. And sometimes with data agreements, which we have some of them for the inventory, even having the data agreement doesn't guarantee you're going to get the data, because if the data is not there, then you have to wait until it's available. So yeah, I think there are lots of other limitations to consider, I think.
Thanks, Laura. I think we'll hear more about the data and the measurement techniques and the models in our session 3, where we can also look into what are the gaps that we need to address in the future research agenda. So thank you, Laura, for that. Right. Coming back to the question of what is a resilient and net zero food systems for 2050? What do you think? I mean, I can start with the speakers here, but then we would really like to hear most of you who are participating, given that it is a participatory workshop, to actually help us understand your ideas and your vision so that it is captured well in building future research agenda. So I'm opening the floor to the 3 speakers here in session 1, and then we'll be inviting others who raise their hand or who have commented in the chat box. So Toby, shall we start with you?
I think you've heard. I think you've heard enough from me. I think leave the floor to others. For me, it's inclusive. But yeah, pass it on.
Okay. Stephen.
I mean, I have the same sentiment, I guess, but I suppose just to add something to the discussion on this, the resilience will come from understand that resilient in what terms? So we need to understand what the food system, what we want its resilient properties to be. And we're talking about net zero here, and obviously other speakers and have covered the idea of the general security of the supply of food to people in general. But there is a key, in terms of the environmental impacts, which is what this net zero discussion is part of, we need more clear priorities on which environmental impacts we want the food system to be resilient in not causing and resilient against. So that kind of focus of the technologies to achieve those outcomes only comes once you've defined it. And I'm not sure at the UK level we've defined it yet.
Okay, that's a very good point, Stephen. Thank you for that. Dominic, anything to add to that?
Only something, I suppose, to follow up on Stephen's point, which is I would make a slightly technocratic, if not economic addendum that, you know, it's a system where everybody faces the true cost or the correct set of prices for their actions, basically. And by that I mean we internalize. So if everybody's facing notionally the correct price signals, then the system is at least operating efficiently. If not, I mean, it could still not be resilient because of something external, and which we can't plan for. It can be made partly sustainable if everybody places the correct prices. So it's up to us to uncover. Sorry, and there are correctly defined property rights to pollute or be polluted, even under that set of prices.
Okay. Right. Julie Hill, I'm not sure if you are here or because I saw the comment from you. Yeah.
I'm here. Yes.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi. Yes. Also, it was a piece of information. Really, I don't necessarily need to ask a question. It was just to elaborate some of Stephen's points about the role of the cartel commitment. And I suppose just to add in terms of resilience, I think you do need to take all parties with. As it's been said, governments tend to have shorter term agendas, but they can be very important in setting the tone for the direction of travel. So once that's been done, it's easier to bring industry parties and other stakeholders along. But yeah, it was really just a piece of information for everyone. Thank you. It's been a fascinating discussion.
Thanks, Julie. Parag, would you like to unmute yourself? You here?
Yeah. Hello everybody, and good afternoon. Yeah, well, of course, as the speakers are talking about, there are several factors and important issues inherent to the food system. But I would say, for me, the circularity is quite key, and across the food system, right from the production till manufacturing to the consumption, and also in terms of the protein shift, because well, as a subject or area is pretty close to my heart, but not only biased on that, but I would say that if we think of the amount of energy that we consume for whole about the proteins, like for example, the meat and dairy products in terms of manufacturing and consumption, so huge, and that shift is essentially required. And also, if you, I mean, we all know that, I mean, 90% of our food is coming from very limited amount of resources, you know, wheat, corn, and maize, I mean, rice, for example, and many others, so a few of these. And that is creating a kind of biodiversity and resilient problem. So, and I would argue that for UK as such, particularly from the UK food system point of view, maybe the protein, sustainable protein shift to enable or unlock a lot of you know, energy on net zero issues, addressing issues like that. So yeah, I mean, these are at least my few cents.
Thank you, Parag. So we have Ray here. Ray, just before you, maybe I'll give the floor to Laura first because she didn't get a chance to talk. If that's okay.
Hi, everyone. So very interesting discussion. I definitely believe in the neutral governance and the circularity and the robust data points that everyone has made. But I think my question is more that, you know, evidence is never perfect and data is clearly not at the level that we really wanted to be at to use it. And the OECD had that very interesting report on food systems where, you know, we need to look at data practically and logically and use what we can to be effective. And also, I think in order to be socially inclusive to all, you know, social classes and different levels of education, I think that comes back to the carbon labeling and ensuring that there's health literacy there and all consumers understand the environmental impact of what they're consuming. So I'm just wondering, like, how do you think we can include, you know, there's a lot of LCA databases included in a lot of scientific reports, and there's really interesting modeling studies that I think should definitely be conveyed to consumers in, you know, a really understandable, easy to interpret way. And it's a bit unfair that, you know, academics and, you know, researchers are using this data and we understand it, but we're not conveying this to all social classes. So I was just wondering, like, is there a set standard where we want to be before this can be, you know, used to portray this information to consumers? Or how do we find a balance between transparency and giving data quality indicators to consumers? Like, when is it robust enough? And can we, you know, put this data out there in a very transparent way with data quality indicators? And is that enough as a starting point, I suppose?
Wow,
thanks very much.
That's quite a few questions, Laura.
Sorry,
Thank you
yeah,
for
sorry.
that. No,
I didn't mean to lump it all into one question.
No, that's fine. But I know that Stephen is an expert in LCA, so I will ask Stephen to kick off this question.
Yeah, I'll try and address some of those points, Laura. I guess the perspective that I'm picking up on from within those points is the idea of conveying that information in digestible format to a wider source of a wider audience of people than it is now. I think it's been mentioned by some of the other speakers in general that there is certainly huge question marks about the way that people react to that information in terms of changing their behavior. I am aware through my role in RAP of various kind of what you would call eco-labeling schemes going on or being devised at the moment. I understand your kind of desire to democratize the information as quickly as possible, but there's real fears that until you have something that at least looks semi-robust going back through the supply chain, that you are just misrepresenting whole groups of producers by lumping them all as giving the same information for a certain product. And that's kind of, there's a potential injustice there, and it's certainly perceived as such going back through that supply chain. But I'd say generally, as I understand those schemes where they are at the moment, there's a lot of piloting going on to understand if you present that information in different ways, what the reaction is, as almost a bit of a pattern waiting for the moment at which people feel that information is at a sufficient level that it could actually be used more widely.
Thanks, Stephen.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes, thanks very much.
We'll take one more question before lunch break. Ray, you are between lunch and
yeah.
and the question. Yeah, go ahead.
So it's not a question, it's more a comment about resilient net zero systems. I think that considering how complex the food system is, a system of systems approach to net zero accounting by 2050, in my opinion, is a bit pessimistic, but I think it's overly ambitious. The two reasons are, first, that we have a complex mixture of different types of supply chains. Certain supply chains pursue efficiency in the market, trying to get their products efficiently, and they tend to be more global. Some are more responsive, reacting to changes in what consumers want. And these supply chains overlap, meaning that their net zero impact, their carbon impact on the environment, slightly different, regardless of whether they're producing the same sorts of foods. And so a universal or a general approach to net zero accounting, looking at the food system as a whole, even if it be for specific food categories, wouldn't quite work for all the actors because their supply chain goals are slightly different. Also, some supply chains are open loop supply chains, meaning that they're not end-to-end, whereas others are attempting a closed loop approach. While circularity is interesting as a concept, it's not always practical because there are certain supply chains that don't have that return input into the supply chain. And so thought has to be given to how we account for the net zero impacts of such supply chains as different from those that have the opportunity to become circular or closed loop.
That's a very good point, Ray. I wish we could have asked you to expand on that with the examples, but I know that we are running short of time. But we can come back to that, towards the end when we have a little bit of more open floor for questions. Poonam, one final question, and then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you, Sonal. So my question, I think Ray has already kind of addressed, because that was kind of a thing in my mind. I come from computer science background and study like end-to-end systems. And I was just wondering, how do we measure, this carbon impact or carbon credit at every stage, and kind of aggregating from in the whole food supply chain, which is, as Ray said, it's a quite complex. And some of these systems are quite efficient where you can capture this, but some of the system which is quite vague in the sense you can't increment or add how it, I assume you get my question, is like it's very complex in the system. So I'm just asking all the speakers then, what's their thoughts on this one? If you are aware of some way to integrate all these carbon credits along the way in the supply chain, or is it still a very complex problem and no one is kind of, we're not yet there?
Yeah. So Stephen, unfortunately, I'll have to turn to you first, and then Toby, I saw you unmuting. So yeah, you two first, and then if Dominic has anything to add.
No, I'm going to pass over to Toby, seeing as he looked like he was volunteering to take it.
No, I wasn't. I was going to say, blimey, that's a question to ask when everybody's going to lunch. No, I think what you said is right. It's highly complex, and there's a lot of work to be done, because it brings up also what Raymond says with different systems. So, really good points, and I don't think we're going to answer them before we break for lunch.
No, that's fine. I mean, we don't have to have all the answers now, but it's more the questions that we should be we are interested in, and we want to understand, and we are hoping to find the answers through our future research. I'm sure some of your concerns, Poonam, would be taken on board in session 3, when we would be talking a little bit about the data and the different complex systems, dynamic modelings, different modelings of the systems all coming together. How do we do that? What sort of data do we account for? Do we have enough data that we can model on? Do we need more data? Where are the gaps? So we should be picking up those in session 3. Yeah. So if there's if there are any more questions, please we are keeping the chat box open, so please feel free to put your suggestions and questions on the chat box. We are breaking for lunch now. Unfortunately, we are running a bit late, but we are hoping to be back by 1 o'clock, if that's okay, and we can kickstart our second session by 1 o'clock. We have some very exciting speakers in the second session from FAO, WWF, from different universities, from FDF, which is Food and Drink Federation. So please stay tuned and be right back. You can switch off your camera and mute your microphone. Have a bit of a lunch, and then we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, so is everybody back? Hi, Pete.
Hi, Sunil. How are you doing? Made it in time.
Thanks.
Only just, yeah.
Hi, Luana.
Hello.
Hi, Judith. Hi, Jens. Hi, Craig.
Hi, Sunil.
Hi, Alice. Okay. I think we have most of our speakers back.
I think we had a few people drop off at lunchtime, so I'm expecting people to come back over the next few minutes. But
Yeah, sure.
Make a start.
Yeah, we'll wait for maybe until 13:05 as suggested.
Okay.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Judith and Stephen, you guys would be chairing the session. So the idea is, like, of course, when all the speakers finish their talk, we'll have maybe a few minutes for floor to pick up any questions, and then we'll break out into rooms for discussing the couple of questions already highlighted in the agenda. And yeah, I'll keep jumping between the rooms to make sure that people are keeping those questions in mind and discussing on those questions. And then there would be opportunities for networking. So, all the introductions and networking thing can happen towards the end, but we don't have time, unfortunately, for introducing in the breakout groups in today's session. Okay, I hope everybody had just enough time to grab a sandwich or so for lunch. Yeah, okay. And just for everyone, we have Joe Innes from University of Arts, London, who is helping us with the Miro board. And hi, Joe, and enabling us to capture most of the discussions and presentation that will happen after the breakout rooms.
Okay, so now do you want us to wait any longer, or shall we start?
I think we can start, Stephen. So Stephen and Judith, over to you. And thank you for chairing the sessions.
Thanks for inviting us to be involved. We're now moving on to session 2, which is the sector-specific roadmaps. What are some of the trends and future research needs from production to consumption? Just to introduce myself, I'm Judith Evans from London South Bank University. Stephen, I think you've already probably been thoroughly introduced as you're in the earlier session, but I don't know whether you wanted to just say hello to everybody and say anything to introduce yourself.
Well, yeah, just for anyone who wasn't on the session this morning, I'm Steve McKenzie. I'm a sector specialist for modelling greenhouse gases in food systems with RAP, the charity RAP. And I'll be co-chairing with Judith, but I'm going to pass back to her to introduce our first speaker now.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. We've got a bit of a tag team going here. So we've got 5 talks, which about 6 minutes each. So if I could ask the speakers to try and keep to the 6 minutes, if at all possible. I'll give you a quick reminder if you're starting to go over by quite a long way. So the first presentation, I'd like to introduce Professor Ilias Kyriazakis from Queen's University Belfast. Ilias, can I pass over to you for your presentation, please, on UK primary production?
Sure.
Just before that, Judith, I've sent you the revised agenda, so we have an additional speaker from
sorry.
WWF as well.
So it's 5 minutes for everybody.
Sorry.
Apologies, I'm probably dealing with the agenda that I had last night.
Yeah.
I'll pick that up in the presentation, but let's go over to Ilias and we'll sort ourselves out in between.
Thanks, Judith.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you see my screen? Yeah. Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to talk mainly about the livestock production roadmap, and there are two reasons for that. The first reason is the contribution that livestock production makes into primary production greenhouse gas emissions. And the second one is because there is just a report, essentially a roadmap on how farmers can reduce emissions. The report was produced by the Center of Innovation Excellence for Livestock, CL for short, and I was one of the co-authors. The report came out just a couple of weeks ago, so it's very recent. And I will be using that as my basis. As I said earlier, livestock accounts for around 7% of the total greenhouse gas emissions in the UK agriculture. UK agriculture contributes around 10% of the total greenhouse gas emissions. It depends, of course, how you make the accounting and things like that. And the vast majority of these emissions arise from enteric fermentation or from the management of manure. So it's effectively 3/4 from enteric fermentation and 1/4 from the management of manure. In terms of which species contribute to these greenhouse gas emissions, you probably already know that, or you have heard that. Around 3/4 of the total agricultural greenhouse gas emissions and a substantial part, over half of the ammonia emissions, come from ruminants, sheep and cattle, and a much smaller percentage, 5% of the total agricultural greenhouse gas emissions come from pigs and poultry, which contribute more substantially, around 20% for the ammonia emissions. And in both cases, quite a lot come from, of the emissions come from the slurry and the fertilizer, and in the case of ruminants, they come from methane emissions, whereas only pigs excrete very small amounts of methane through its digestion. So what happened with the CL report and roadmap that was produced 2 weeks ago? The report considered the key greenhouse gas mitigations for the 5 main livestock species in the UK. They commented on the relative impact, the ease of implementation, potential cost, etc., of these mitigations, but also they commented on the other potential environmental impacts that can arise from these mitigations. And the report explained how these mitigations can be treated either in the life cycle analysis tools or the national inventory, and there is a difference in the accounting between these two. And then, having identified the mitigations and the impact is of implementation, etc., they modeled the impact on case study farms, and the choice of these mitigations was based on best bets, basically. What were the best mitigations that could be applied on farm. And the impact was also modeled at a national level using the inventory. So the overarching approach of the report, which effectively dictated the roadmap for the future, was on reducing emissions from livestock type and its resulting manure. So effectively, what you considered was the boundary of the farm gate. We did not go beyond that because of the remit of the funding body, which was CL. CL was interested up to the farm gate because that's what the stakeholders represent. We recognized that there will be also opportunity to capture carbon on farm as well as emit carbon from farms. The commentary for the approach was based on expert opinion and was based, as you would expect, on published scientific evidence. But we considered also stakeholder views about the ease of implementation or the potential cost of these mitigations. As I said earlier, the list of the mitigations was not exhaustive, but represented the main ones currently known that could be used now or in the medium-term future. And that's quite important because there are mitigations in the pipeline, but the information about that in terms of their impacts, it's not currently available. And this actually gives us some hope, as you will see in my next slide. The information was not generalized, so we did not claim that the extent of the mitigations were applicable on all farms because we used case study farms, for example. And what concluded, we emphasized that it should be considered within livestock type and not between livestock type, essentially because we didn't want to contrast one mitigation in one particular livestock type against another mitigation in another livestock type. This would not be fair in any case. So this is my last slide, which summarizes the key findings, which is effectively the conclusions of what we found. We found that given the mitigations we applied, we could achieve around 23% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And this comes, of course, with a warning, because we assumed 100% uptake and ambitious levels of efficacy. You can contrast that with the various targets by a variety of bodies about the expected reductions in greenhouse gas emissions from livestock by 2030, for argument's sake, and this is relatively low. But the hope is that new developments, new mitigations are arising almost monthly, and this will contribute quite substantially in further reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Improving efficiency in the livestock systems was fundamental and was essentially the main way that we could reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And efficiency was either in the management of the system or improvements in the efficiency of utilization of resources such as feed, and this could be achieved through animal breeding. Methane inhibitors, for those who are not familiar with that, they're effectively supplements. You give them to the animal through its feed, and they have the potential to inhibit some of the methanogenic bacteria to produce methane, which is the main greenhouse gas emission. And there was a very, very big potential and very great reductions to be achieved from their application. But of course, when you're talking about grazing systems, it's very difficult to see their implementation, but the technology is evolving. If you release land, when you reduce, for example, your animals in order to produce the same amount of resources, so the same amount of outputs, you have the ability to sequester more carbon. And that was one way of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. When you consider the carbon sequestration under grassland and the consequences of the greenhouse gas emissions, we identified significant gaps in knowledge, and this is where we would like to see some more concerted efforts from the relevant communities that are addressing this. The feed ingredients, and in some systems, feed contributed almost 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions of the system in pigs and poultry, for example. We identified that they need to be from non-land use change sources, regardless of type. And as you know, there is quite a lot of discussions about soya and where it comes from and what land use changes it causes. Anaerobic digestion, this is what the AD means, where manure, especially embedding, is used as a substrate for anaerobic digestion, had a role to play, but we identified some more work needed to factor in its circularity, but it was quite a hopeful mitigation. The verification for efficacy and adoption to the national inventory was critical. Please know that the accounting in the national inventory does not account, for example, emissions associated with imported soya from Brazil or Argentina, for example, and this can give you a false impression about the impact of livestock systems. We identified, because we did not do it, because we did not have the information, basically, that you need to apply a toolbox of solutions rather than applying a single solution, as we did, to decarbonize livestock production. We did not know, for example, whether there was additivity, whether there was linearity when we were applying one mitigation together with another. And these need to be considered, and that's quite a fruitful focus for future research. And of course, we've heard this morning, actually, central to the wide-scale adoption was measuring, monitoring, and acting on hotspots. The report definitely identified what these hotspots were, so we now need to ensure that we have appropriate accounting and we monitor how the impacts, greenhouse gas emission impacts, arise from these hotspots. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very interesting talk, Ilias. We are very tight for time in this session, so I'm actually going to request that people put questions for Ilias in the chat. And I'm probably going to do that with all the speakers from here on in, consider where we are. So we're going to move on now to Peter Robertson, who's the Chief Executive of the Food and Drink Federation Wales, and he's going to talk to us about some of the issues to do with the roadmap for UK manufacturing, food manufacturing.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for the opportunity to chat. I'm conscious you've given us 5 minutes, so I'm going to sort of fly through these and happy to supply my slides after if anyone's interested to have a look at that, okay? In terms of, I'll try if I can move on, that'd be helpful. So what Food and Drink Federation is a trade association across the UK representing manufacturers. The slide that you're now looking at there is actually, we did a net zero roadmap that was launched at COP26. And our perspective was to look at scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions across the food and drink supply chain from UK ingredients all the way to the consumer. And I think what's quite interesting is if you look along those lines, a really interesting chat there about ingredients. When you look at the totality of the ingredients, it's 34% of, and including livestock. Interestingly, 32% of that is imports instead of overseas imports. And when you get closer to home or closer to the manufacturing environment, if you look in there, the packaging is 3%, manufacturing 6%, and transport 5%. So effectively, what that then means is before we even talk about the consumer and before we even talk about the hospitality side of things, this changes the game about how food and drink manufacturers, brand owners can actually solve the challenges of net zero. They're not able to do it alone, and that's a point I'm going to come on to when I talk about the challenges and trends. One other thing to be interested on the top there is obviously that energy is a hot topic at the moment, and food production as a manufacturing process is highly energy intensive in terms of how it uses, predominantly in terms of how it heats the product or cooks the products. And interestingly, on the right hand side, you can see there's a collaboration a correlation between how oil prices evolve and how food prices evolve, and that's obviously something that's very prevalent at the moment. However, the one thing that's also quite interesting here is we're talking about changes in behaviours and changes in product ranges. From the consumer side of things, clearly from whether it's retail, whether it's consumer, 20% of the food and drink related carbon emissions are actually beyond when it's actually being purchased, if you like. Now, in terms of scope, the scope and the work that we did with 3 Keel identified that the sector is 21% of the entire UK's total carbon footprint. In terms of the purpose of roadmaps, one of the things about the roadmaps for the sector is there's plenty, and I'm sure there's plenty more I could have put up here. We've done a roadmap I've just shown you, and that's actually a guidebook for businesses to have a look and understand the various different challenges and steps they can take. However, British Retail Consortium have done one, NFU have done one, and Institute Grocery Distribution have done one, and I'm sure there's plenty of others. The point is, there's plenty of roadmaps out there. However, when you talk on behalf of manufacturers, there's still a competitive environment for the demands that are placed on those manufacturers. So whether it's Tesco's 194-page document on what they need about net zero, or Iceland mandating that they will be plastic-free on their products by 2023, these are all different competitive requirements. In terms of the Food and Drink Sector Council, that's a body that FDF is involved with in partnership with DEFRA. And where we currently are in terms of understanding the journey with net zero is we're actually setting up a terms of reference. We're trying to pull this all together, and we're trying to understand what are going to be the next steps to tackle the scale of the challenges we have ahead. There are lots of other parties involved in that. RAP, and we'll be working with RAP in terms of supply chains emissions, environmental labelling projects, and testing some of these theories out for Quartal 2030. And one other thing that we are involved in is the financing of the UK nature recovery, which is very much around land use compared to how the food is produced. And my final slide, I just wanted to focus on challenges and trends. And we all know there's a multitude of challenges and trends in terms of systems, the climate change, how we're going to look at food production, deforestation, consumption, especially around sustainable sourcing. And then we've got the whole carbon offsetting. And one of the key things is methodologies and data alignment and how things are measured. It is a challenge, and I agree with that's the same challenge, but also how it's measured across the supply chain. How do you pass emissions from one person to another? From the consumers and customers perspective, I think clearly there's a change for the sustainability is also part of their healthy sustainability. There's a clear aspect of food waste and product labelling. However, the one thing I do want to highlight is actually the change in culture. When you mention the word innovation to food and drink manufacturers, they tend to talk about the product, whether it's less sugar, it's less salt, it's tastier, it's using different ingredients. But now the business, the needs of the industry clearly are way beyond that. I've mentioned materials and manufacturing processes, but there's many, many others. The other thing I think that's going to be important is a balance between collaboration and competition. At the moment, I don't think we found that balance, and I think that's across all parties. I think that's across the academic sphere, the innovation sphere, the industry sphere, and government sphere. And then finally, one of the key things to help move that culture along is an ability to demonstrate the success through application. Businesses will embrace the opportunities with innovations if they can see progress and they can understand it for themselves. And with that, I'll say that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pete. Fantastic talk. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to our next talk, which is on UK food service. And that's from Catherine Bangard from WWF UK.
Hi, hi everyone.
Hi, Catherine.
Thanks.
So I'll pass over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if anyone knows this TikTok reference, but I didn't understand the assignment and don't have any slides. So you're just going to hear me talk. But yeah, I'm coming from WWF as a food service sustainability advisor. And really at WWF, we believe that urgent action is needed and that food businesses are at the heart of the industry. And that's really why we developed the WWF basket metric, which is a set of outcomes and measures that we are using to track progress and provide a blueprint for action. And it lays out the priorities for what we believe UK retailers should be doing to tackle the climate and nature crisis. And I think while that there are opportunities and definitely some challenges that will differ, the cross-cutting priorities that we have within the basket really can align very well with the food service industry as well. And these 7 priorities are deforestation and conversion, climate, diets, agriculture, marine, food waste, and packaging. And I just highlight a couple of trends, mainly related to healthy and sustainable diets, which I'm working on. So a lot is being done by food service businesses to work on plant-forward menus, but many companies aren't really converting this into tangible metrics, for example, setting targets and especially quite ambitious targets. I'm thinking of decreasing sales of animal proteins or increasing sales of plant-based proteins, but then also on top of this, publicly disclosing those on an annual basis. I think one area of research is we need to understand what ratio is needed in order to achieve net zero targets. So the classic greenhouse gas metrics, but also how would that look like for nutrition targets, for example? Is that a 50-50 split? Is it a 37 split? Is it by 2030? Is it by 2050? Those kinds of questions. Another thing, and was mentioned by the last speakers, and also a lot of people in the comments section, is around behavior change and consumer engagement, and both for eco-labeling, but also looking at positioning of dishes, positioning of menus, language used, and really getting an understanding for what are the most impactful nudges and behavioral science methods we can use, and how will these affect not just greenhouse gas emissions so that the companies can lever these up to their targets, but also how can we look at, or what socioeconomic metrics are available for this, for example, within health and nutrition. And as Stephen mentioned in the previous session as well, how are people reacting to the information that we are providing, but not just information, also other stimuli within the environment, the food environment. We have, for example, food service companies setting targets for plant-based menus that many of them are far below 50%, but actually some research is starting to show we may need up to 75% of the menu being plant-based before meat eaters will even consider buying a plant-based dish. So again, what does that look like? I think another trend is around innovating for minimally processed plant-based recipes and menus, and also increasing plant-based proteins that have a low environmental impact. Just to talk a little bit on net zero roadmaps, the last 2 years, so there's definitely come a lot out, and there have been a lot of proposed initiatives, especially within the last 2 years in this kind of crisis state. So it's great to see that, but we have to kind of stress that they are proposed and roadmaps still at this time. I think, and something that one of the previous speakers mentions as well, there's really quite a large range of footprint reduction targets. You know, some companies are saying 65% by 2030, others are saying 55%. And a third is saying 41% by 2030. And so it just highlights there's a challenge and a gap between these targets, and they're being based on different timelines and making it difficult to compare them. As a general trend, it looks like these are slightly falling short from what the British Retail Consortium have set about. Some roadmaps are, it's also great to see now that the business case for plant-based eating is really front and center in food service, and companies are understanding this. But I think it really ties. So really, we need to be seeing how can they set these targets, and how can they what do they look like? I think lastly, just to mention that the Food and Drink Federation, as Pete just mentioned, have this really great guide, but also the Zero Carbon Forum and Sustainable Restaurant Association have developed guidance on net zero strategies for food service companies. And these, are testing out tried standards, which is really exciting to see, especially as there is differences in methodology and makes it very difficult to compare, which all ties back to the previous session's discussion on granularity of data and making sure that methodologies are the same. I don't know how much left I have, but I think I'll post two other. No, okay, good. I'll post two questions in the chat that I have. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Catherine. I mean, everyone is running short on time because we're trying to squeeze a lot of speakers into this session. So we really appreciate that. And I appreciate the speakers answering the questions in the chat. I can see, for instance, there's one in there for Ilias from Craig Mitchie on the CL slides. I'm now going to pass to Alice Garvey, who is a researcher on sustainably just low carbon transitions. And she's going to talk to us, building on that talk from Katrine, about the consumption roadmap.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I'm a researcher with the Centre for Research at Energy Demand Solutions, or CREDS, and based at the University of Leeds. I led a scenario analysis of what demand side change is required for a net zero UK food system. And today I'll provide a very, very brief overview of our modelling work, but I'm happy to provide links to the paper, a policy brief, and a blog if you'd like any more detail on the methods. So essentially, this very simplified flow diagram suggests that emissions are generated at every stage of the food supply chain, though disproportionately, as previously mentioned, this is mostly in the primary production stage. But we focused on the role that consumption or demand side change can play in achieving net zero. And so in this diagram, that's the household stage. We looked at three main mitigation options. So that involved moderating calorific intake to the levels of the government dietary recommendations, given that currently there's quite a lot of overconsumption beyond sort of public health guidance. We also looked at shifting to more plant-based consumption and reducing food waste. And those are all sort of demand-based mitigation options. And the scenario analysis ran from 2020 to 2050, and we looked at the impact of each strategy at different levels of ambition on cumulative emissions, because ultimately this is what will determine whether our carbon budgets are consistent with net zero. We used a hybrid modelling approach using physical data from National Diet and Nutrition Survey, as well as other sources, and also some multi-regional input-output modelling data. So in terms of the current state of UK emissions, you can see there's a considerable amount of the UK's food is imported. The UK's carbon footprint, so the emissions from domestic production minus exported food plus imported food, is about 52% greater than the UK's territorial emissions. And in consequence, demand side action has the added benefit of reducing our consumption emissions, having a global impact, and also improving our food self-sufficiency. An interesting finding was perhaps that the majority of animal protein emissions were from processed meats, and this has implications for health too, particularly with growing interest in ultra-processed foods. And with each of the mitigation options, there are multiple benefits, and this really helps in terms of framing a compelling narrative for change, particularly around public health. So in terms of the results, just briefly, the combined scenarios, so with all the mitigation options deployed, reduce the UK's annual greenhouse gas emissions by half, and this goes for consumption-based emissions as well. We found that shifts to plant-based diets had the disproportionate impact in terms of emissions reductions, followed by calorific intake reductions, and then reducing rates of food waste. Dietary shifts alone reduced emissions by as much as 44%, the most ambitious scenario. And this even assumes that a proportion of the UK population is still consuming a certain amount of meat and dairy, so not everyone is necessarily vegan. It shows that there is a kind of disproportionate impact just from reducing that fraction of red meat consumption, so having more flexitarians in the population. And about 20% of the UK population claims to be flexitarian at the minute, so there is an appetite for change. So in terms of the policy options, a lot of this has probably already been covered in the previous session and by previous speakers. But the main issue in terms of creating sustainable food policy that acts from the demand side is that there isn't really a precedent for this beyond policies which target improved public health. So things like the sugar tax. And also the issue of how to render diets socially as well as environmentally sustainable, particularly at the moment with the cost of living crisis. And this is something that really needs to be addressed in the forthcoming National Food Strategy white paper. So you have the policies ranging from direct support to develop compelling meat substitutes that compete on taste and can change habits, and using regulation by public procurement standards to mainstream flexitarian consumption practices. There are also things, as mentioned, like carbon footprint labelling, and this can just allow consumers to have all the information at hand to make an informed decision about what they're eating. And like the Food Standards Agency has called for, this needs to be a standardised and industry-wide approach for comparability and also fairness between producers. Differential taxation is also another approach, although controversial, and the government evidence document which suggested this, which was published alongside the recent net zero strategy, was deleted. So I think this is definitely an area which needs more exploration, particularly given the potential impact for carbon leakage if something like a carbon tax or carbon price was implemented. And there are, of course, also structural changes needed to improve the quality of food environments to ensure low cost, low carbon food is available to all communities. And this is a really important issue at the moment, and planning and land use regulation can go some way towards achieving this. And there's also the question of separate food waste collections to act on food waste. And there's considerable potential then for changing consumption to meet our net zero ambitions. But I think it's really important to highlight just finally that this isn't the sole responsibility of the consumer, and that supportive and enabling policies first need to be put in place to enable this. So I'll probably leave it there as a whirlwind tour of our paper and findings, but thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Alice. I think, as we said earlier, we need to we haven't really got much time for questions, so please put them in the chat if you've got questions for Alice or any of the other speakers. So our next speaker is Luana Svensson, and you're going to talk about public sector procurement, and Luana's from the FAO, so over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Similar to Catherine, I don't have a slide presentation, and but I think when we're talking about food systems, trends, and future research, I think one topic that we must talk also is about public food procurement. Now, public food procurement has been increasingly recognized also by the recent UN Food Systems Summit as one of the key entry points to trigger food systems transformations. Indeed, one of the characteristics of public food procurement is its capacities to affect all the different components of the food system, ranging from food production and supply chains, the food environment, and food consumption. And indeed, by changing its procurement practices and creating a demand for more sustainable diets, governments have the power to set like a positive trend. They can send a signal about their ambitions to the future direction of food systems that has the power to incentivize those involved in the supply chain to align their values accordingly, accelerating therefore a transition towards sustainable food consumption and production. Brazil, Denmark, and many other countries and cities and regions are examples of this potential. Indeed, everything goes around in our work on FAO on this area is that according to choices around what to purchase, such as diverse, nutritional, culturally adequate food, but also from whom to purchase, such as from local farmers, smallholder farmers, small and middle enterprise, women, youth, and other vulnerable groups, but also from what production practice you are going to purchase your food, in particular for no production practices that ensure environmental sustainability and biodiversity. Public food procurement have the potential to influence both the food consumption and the food production patterns, and to deliver multiple social, economic, and environmental benefits to a multiplicity of beneficiaries, including those who will consume this food, but also those who will produce the food and the broader community. How these multiple effects will play out depends on the government choices and priorities. Now, indeed, another characteristic of public food procurement is its possibility to be used as a policy instrument to achieve various social, economic, and environmental goals according to the country's context and priorities. These make public food procurement a unique transversal instrument, adjustable and used in very different contexts, from very high income countries also to very low ones. Despite this increasing recognition, there are still important research gaps when we talk about public food procurement as a development tool. In our recent publication on public food procurement for sustainable food system and healthy diets, developed in partnership with the Biodiversity International and also the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil, we have tried to address some of these gaps, but there is still a lot to be done. Here, so in the aim of this workshop, I highlight, I think, 3 main gaps that I think are quite relevant to the project. First, I think it's key to recognizing the transversal nature of this instrument. It's very important that public food procurement is analyzed within a global perspective. Currently, many of the research is focused on high-income economies, missing an important part of the globe where this instrument is being used also successfully. On the other hand, when research are conducted on the global south, they are most often disconnected from a global perspective as well, or even from a broader debate on sustainable public procurement, not linked only to food. So a global approach to public food procurement at research level is important, not only to improve the understanding of the potential benefits, the impacts, the challenges and the strategies, but also to strengthen the recognition of this as an instrument to promote food system transformation at international level. A second gap is the need for multidisciplinary approach. Public food procurement are by their essence multifaceted and complex programs. Its outcomes as well as its challenges touch very different areas of knowledge. For a comprehensive understanding of these programs, a multidisciplinary research approach is key and is often still missing. This applies also in terms of implementation, which FAO is very much involved, where a multi-sectorial coordination and approach is also a key component. Lastly, I need to say that we need more data. We need the impact evaluation that covers all the potential and multiple impacts of public food procurement initiatives, including nutrition outcomes, other social, economic, and also the environmental ones. We talk about very much about its potentials, but there is still little data on real impact. So there is still this important lack of evaluation of existing programs to document the best practice and determine the effective impact of public food procurement against its multiple benefits and also beneficiaries. Evaluating and measuring these programs is not easy, especially to its multi-faced nature, but I think it is key. I thank you, and I will be glad to share with you in the link, the link of the publication, also to answer to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sloana. And yes, please do share that link and if you can respond to any questions that are in the chat for you, which moves us on to the last speaker in this session, who is Professor Tony Heron from the University of York, and he's going to talk to us about UK food trade.
Hi, everyone. Apologies, I couldn't join the morning session. Gareth, how long do I have to talk?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, well, that's okay. Okay, yeah. So I thought I'd say just a few words about international trade, just for background. So I'm both, I suppose, as in terms of my academic expertise, I work on trade regulation, but also I'm involved as an advisor, specialist advisor to the International Trade Select Committee, House of Commons. So I'm kind of have a foot in both camps. And we've been in the latter role, we have actually spent quite a bit of time talking about decarbonisation within the context of international trade. Now, this comes at a really crucial moment for the UK. Clearly, in the aftermath of Brexit, what you have is a sort of a political project and a mandate to diversify the UK's trade relationships as it seeks to de-align itself from at least partially from the EU. Now, at the moment, the principal drivers of that change are, I would say, political rather than economic. What I mean by that is that the UK's newly kind of repatriated powers over trade policy are one of the sort of key areas in which this government and other governments presumably are keen to demonstrate its sovereignty by securing new trade relationships, such as those that have recently been concluded with Australia and New Zealand. And that the economics of this is somewhat secondary. The driver is political. Now, this raises quite interesting and profound questions about decarbonisation, because actually with international trade, I think sometimes people mistakenly focus on air miles and transportation. I mean, I know there are plenty of people on the call know that most of the carbon produced is at the point of production rather than trade. So I think we end up rareifying proximity and distance as a key issue. So I think that actually decarbonisation, it seems to me, is sometimes placed as a sort of incompatible with trade and trade liberalisation and trade diversification, which I don't think is true. But I think what's more important is that decarbonisation domestically has to think about, the issue of so-called carbon leakage. In other words, are we simply exporting our carbon externalities to other countries? And if we're not doing that, what are the mechanisms and procedures to avoid that? And so what that requires is, something that is international, that's consistent with the international rule of law. So it corresponds to our obligations under, say, the World Trade Organization, within bilateral arrangement we have with different countries. And the principal lesson there, or the principal norm, is non-discrimination. We have to treat all countries the same. Yeah, we can't distinguish or discriminate on the basis of how a good is produced, unless it's done in a non-discriminatory way. So you have that kind of legal constraint, but then it's also, you have this opportunity to use trade and use trade not necessarily as a means of diversifying our food, although that might be a principal objective, but to actually as a source of leverage for promoting energy transitions within other countries, within our trading partners. So the idea of conditionality, is as a conditionality, or some other mechanisms such as a carbon border adjustment tax, which the EU is currently consulting on, and the UK has said it's kind of interested, but it wants to see how. I'm paraphrasing here. It wants to see how the EU's model develops. But overall, it seems to me that in terms of the policy network, that the discussion and conversations around net zero and decarbonisation of the food system, and more broadly, are taking place in a space which is independent from the UK sort of trade policy, and it's the conversations that are occurring around trade, and what's actually driving that. And so I think the challenge really is to think about how the UK reconciles its commitments and its ambitions with regard to its kind of post-Brexit trade strategy, its diversification of trade, its establishment of new trading arrangements, with mechanisms that are both WTO compatible but also workable, that can can at least be supportive, or at least not contradictory to its domestic agenda around decarbonisation. So there are some sort of technical challenges, there are some legal challenges, and there are some political challenges around that. But I'm happy to answer any questions or you know, add clarifications if people have any of those, or if there's anything in the chats. But for now, I'll just leave it there for now.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Tony. Okay, that concludes the speakers that we had. And sorry if you missed that, Tony. I don't know when you joined the call, but we've not been doing questions after the speakers because the session's been too tight. That concludes the speakers that we had for session 2. And I think now I'm going to pass back over to Sonal. It's been very interesting, who's going to take us out into breakout rooms to discuss those issues further in conversations in those rooms.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen, and thanks, Judith, for chairing the previous session. And thank you to all the speakers for your insightful talk. There would be questions through the chat that you can answer. Hopefully, we should be able to pick up some of the burning questions after the breakout rooms. So if there are any, then we will ask people to raise hands after the breakout room. So now in few minutes, maybe in a couple of minutes, you all will be transported into another space which would be a breakout room where we would request you to focus on 2 questions, which is there on the agenda. What will the sector look like in 2050? What's your vision for that sector in 2050? And how do we get there? What are some of the big questions we need to ask now? Of course, there have been questions and suggestions from the speakers, but we would also like to give the opportunity to all the participants here to brainstorm a few ideas on what could be some of the questions that we should be asking now within the sector. If your vision towards 2050 is that, you know, the sector is resilient and sustainable and net zero. Yeah. So how would that sector look like in 2050? Okay. So over to Gareth, who would be opening the room in a few seconds, I guess.
I can do that now. Yeah, I'll open it in just a second, just to let everyone know I've put the link into the program, which includes the questions for the breakout room discussion. So if you want to just, anyone who hasn't got access to that, just click on that before I open the rooms, so you have it. I'll give you a few more seconds just to do that. And shortly I'll open the breakout rooms. You've been allocated a room based on what you put in your the response that you put when you signed up and registered for the workshop. If you have any problems, you can feel free to come back to the main room and we can reallocate you. Okay, opening rooms now.
And also one second. So in the breakout room, because we have now a little bit of less time, so we would be there for 20 minutes. So 10 minutes for each question. And once we are back in the main room, then please you know, volunteer one of you among yourself to describe what those questions are, like, you know, what you discussed in those questions in maybe 2 to 3 minutes presentation. It doesn't have to be PowerPoint. It can just be the one of the members speaking out the few suggestions that you discuss. Okay, Gareth.
Okay, opening up the rooms now. Okay, anyone left in this space, I can allocate you a room. I just wasn't sure where to put you, or if you just want to stay in this space, that's fine as well.
I think Pete would go to manufacturing and retail. Pexus, hi, we're meeting for the first time. I think he will go in the production room. Craig in production, possibly.
Sounds fine to me. Yeah, I don't mind.
Jens in possibly manufacturing, supply chain.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. And Fiona, sorry, I don't know you.
No, I'm just an interested party. I've done a lot of
research for a master's in the food industry and also in the ag sector, in the beef sector. So I'm just really interested. But
which room would you think? Is it manufacturing, retail?
I don't know. Do you know, I might just take the break if you don't mind.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, no problem.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
And I'll come back later then. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And Miracle? That's fine. So Craig in
Yeah, I'm still here.
Craig manufacturing.
No,
Craig in
production.
And
Sorry, there you go.
Georgios in production as well.
Yes, thank you.
I only have two in trade. It's just Tony and Oliver.
Yeah. So Paulina in trade, if you could.
Yeah, Paulina, you should be able to move between groups yourself.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You want me to start?
I've moved you.
So I can't see any of the rooms. Gareth, if you allow me to.
Wait, yeah, you should be able to move between them. Just wait
No,
there,
I can't see any rooms actually.
Okay, so if you have a look down the bottom, I'll move you to. Do you want to go to a particular room now? You should have access to it now.
No, now I have access. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll keep jumping between the rooms so that people are there. Okay, there's very few in the trade.
You see the message from Catherine Price to move to production. Value production.
Thank you for that.
So I'll go to.
That's weird. I don't have Catherine Price listed on the room groups.
She's not been allocated a room yet, so she's on the main one here.
Yeah, she's not unassigned on any of the rooms on here either, so she's not in the unassigned list.
I can see her up on the top when I look.
Do you mean you can see her on the list of participants?
I can see her a square with a picture on it. Well, no picture.
Yeah, she's there. She's just not. Just wait there for a minute, just for a second. I'm not sure why she's not there. It's when I go to the breakout rooms, Catherine's not listed in the unassigned people. So basically, I have everyone else who's in the main room now that I can assign to a room, but not Catherine.
Okay.
Sorry about this, Catherine. I think perhaps the best thing to do, Catherine, if possible, can you log off and log back on again? It might then give me access to allow you to do it, but at the moment I can't move you. If you just close Zoom down and come back into it.
Disappeared completely.
Yeah, I've never had that experience before. Here we go, she's back again. Hi, Catherine. You've come up on the list, so I can send you now. Thanks and apologies for the hassle. Hello, Maro. Maro, are you able to hear me? Maro, if you can hear me, everyone else is just in breakout rooms at the moment. We'll be coming back here in about 10 minutes. I can move you to a breakout room if you like. Let me just check which one you're allocated to.
Thank you.
Am I right in thinking UK food manufacturing would be right for you?
Yes,
Yeah,
perfect.
okay,
Thank you.
thanks. Everything going okay?
Yeah, I think so. One of the rooms are super efficient. They've tackled both the questions already.
Is that one of the smaller groups?
No, retail and consumers, yeah.
Right, okay.
So yeah, I'll jump to production again to see if they're on track. They did the introduction and everything, so.
Okay. Hello, Sasha, can you hear me?
I can.
Hi there. Everyone's just in breakout rooms at the moment. I think, Sonal, are we quite close to finishing the breakout rooms? You're on mute.
Yeah, my bad. So just send the announcement that we have 4 minutes.
Okay. Sasha, it's up to you. I can put you in a room, or you're welcome to just stay here until we come back in.
I'll stay here. I don't want to disrupt people. That's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah. Am I just talking to you, or can everyone else hear me?
Only the people in this little room, so the 6 of us in here can hear you.
Oh, right. And are they currently working, or are they just quietly waiting for everyone to finish?
Working in the background, waiting for people. Yeah, it's basically the facilitators in this room.
Okay. I was just going to ask an overall question with the conference. Will the recordings be available afterwards? Because there's some sessions I've missed and they just sounded really interesting, and I was trying to capture notes and failing miserably. There was loads of great stuff.
Yeah, there will be. We'll be making all the talks available. The discussions we'll keep out. But yeah,
Okay.
it'll be made available on our YouTube site and on our website, and I'll send that round to everyone after the
Cool.
meeting. It might take a day or two because we just got a bit of editing to do on it, but yeah, we'll get it to you quite soon.
That's great. Thanks, Gareth. Okay, good to know. Right, I'll go and put myself on.
Sonal, hiya. Will you just let me know which group is which that start when they're at the start of the feeding back, so I can start to fill in the post-its, the right ones.
You're on mute again.
I know. So we now have, I think, 4 groups. So primary production, UK manufacturing, UK public sector, and UK retail and consumer. So we will invite primary production first, then manufacturing, then
I've got UK food trade as well.
Yeah. So we merged actually food trade and public sector together because there were only three people in there. Yeah.
Okay. So where should what's most helpful? Should I just put the post-its onto
public sector? Yeah, public sector, and I'll see if I could extract something from there for the food trade. We can work on Tony on that later. Yeah.
I've just sent a message, say 1 minute remaining. So when I close the rooms, I think they all have 30 seconds until they come back.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess you'll close the room now.
It's giving them 60 seconds, so they'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. So the retail and consumer room were the first to come here.
We win the prizes.
Okay, great. We have everyone back here then?
Yep, that's everyone back.
Okay. Right, so thank you everyone for, I was jumping between the rooms, so there were some really good discussions going on. I didn't want to interrupt you guys, but now we have a few minutes to summarize those discussions from different rooms. So there were 4 rooms primarily, and we can start with the room which was focusing on production. So we have maybe 2 or 3 minutes to summarize the 2 questions that you were targeting, and please help us understand what you discussed and what the summary points are.
Okay, we separated, so I'll report on the first question, what will the primary sector look like in 2050, and then Richard will answer the second one. There was a general agreement that the primary sector will be focusing on wider deliveries rather than only the production of food, so affecting water quality, biodiversity. So there will be a completely different perception about what farming constitutes. That was an agreement about that. And the second issue was that there will be probably more focus on alternative proteins, whether these are for animals per se or for the consumer per se. And there will be a focus on circularity at whatever level this is happening. There was some disagreement about whether the livestock sector will be reduced or not. I think it will be fair to say that if we are focusing for the UK, that will probably be the case, that the livestock sector will be smaller. And this raises, of course, certain questions like what will be the business case for the farmers, how would they need to be funded, and all these kind of things that you already see that the farmers are now moving towards being rewarded for their biodiversity rather than the production of food. And the final issue was the potential for segmentation of the market, especially if economic uncertainty continues. So you might effectively have at least two market streams, one of which focuses on cheaper foods and the other one that focuses on what you might call luxury production. Thank you.
Thanks, Elias. Richard? Muted. You're muted.
Sorry, I forgot that would happen automatically. So just to take the different points from Elias. So out of the discussion of whether livestock versus cheaper biotechnology produced alternative proteins came, how do you measure the life cycle analysis for these different systems? And that developed into quite a reasonably long discussion. How do you make it transparent, and how do you make it transferable between different scales of production? So the small enterprises against the larger, and bring in the retailers so that it's all part of the same, which I think we covered a lot this morning. That led on to the research question of how do we co-design the solutions, the routes to solutions for these sorts of bigger questions which cross the sectors, and make sure that there's a fair sharing of responsibilities between the producers and the retailers and the other part, going back into the circularity that Elias was talking about there. And then finally, there was a research question on how do you capture out the nitrogen and the potassium and the things we use as synthetic fertilizers now we put on that cause us huge energy costs. How do we get those out of the waste that goes into our rivers? Because that must be a circular route that we should exploit far more, and that needs a research.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks. Okay, now we move to manufacturing room. So any volunteers from the manufacturing who can summarize us?
I think it was me who's going to.
Yeah.
But others who are in the room, I'm sure I'll overlook something. So please do give me a shout if there's something that was close to your heart that I've overlooked. So I think we only just managed to, I wouldn't even like to say we scratched the surface of these questions because there's such a lot to talk about. But we agreed, I think, at the start that the sector wouldn't look like it looks now in 2050. So, but how it would look is, open to quite a lot of questions. We agreed that there's some sort of known, semi-quantified things that we know are going to change, such as climate. They may not be absolutely quantifiable, but we've got some metrics around them. But, there's a huge amount of not knowns as well, and things that could just happen that we haven't even considered that could change the whole market. We talked a bit about whether supermarkets will exist in the future, whether there'll be an increase in home delivery, smarter logistics. We talked a bit about, the need to change and how we can change a lot. There was the point made that at least 98% of companies are SMEs in the food industry, manufacturing anyway, and that, these people have got lots of challenges around making those changes to get to net zero. They're not big companies who can assign a whole load of people to help them. And that's incredibly challenging. Challenges around supermarkets, they all want different standards, they all have different roadmaps, nobody really aligns and agrees on what they want. And that, adds extra challenges back because all those very small, often micro SMEs are having to deal with 4 or 5 sets of different standards. We talked a bit about TRLs, often quite low in research, and what's needed is a much higher TRL, for industry to be able to take on measures and support. We also talked a bit about clustering and integration. We started talking a bit more at the end in a little bit more detail, but never really got into it, in that there's a huge opportunity to share resources, thermal integration, use of modelling around all of this, better understanding what people want and bottom-up approach, how diets are going to change, and how that fits into farming, whether the government would put lots of money behind those sort of changes or not, and drive it forward. That we have a deficit in some foods, or quite a lot of foods in the UK production. And so there's a food security issue that we possibly need to overcome, and we need to, better understand how we can overcome that. We also agreed it's a very multidisciplinary problem. It's not something that can be solved by just technology. We actually have to involve lots of other skills as well. And then there was this, finally, this sort of political decisions that lobbying tends to get you somewhere in government. Government has very short-term views. That, as food's the largest food manufacturing sector in the UK, that we really, as perhaps a summary that came from it all is we need one voice, but we also need an organisation or something that aligns sectors and needs, because you've got all these diverse needs and requirements, and you don't really have one organisation that's trying to align them and make them work together. And that perhaps for me was one of the biggest things that came out of it, and was one of the things that we might be able to contribute a little bit to anyway. Please, if I've forgotten anything from anybody else in the group, please do just shout very quickly.
Okay. Like that, you captured very well. Thank you.
Thanks everybody, thanks for your input.
Now moving to consumers room.
Hello. Yep, I'm going to attempt to summarise everything, but again, if anyone has anything to add that I've missed, please shout. So in terms of what the sector will look like, we mainly talked about shifts to alternative proteins. So the idea that plant-based consumption would be normalised, there'd be carbon footprint data on menus, be greater variety and market competition, which would drive cost reductions in sort of meat substitutes and various items. There'd also be a shift towards insect protein consumption. It would become normalised in kind of Europe and the UK, and this could be better cost-wise, particularly when plant-based foods might increase in cost due to land area constraints. There would also be a number of structural and system changes that will have occurred, so including kind of the digitization, so more online shopping, where things like recommender systems integrating carbon data would suggest shopping basket swaps based on their carbon content rather than the current model, which is sort of based around profit creation for the supermarkets. There'd also be changes to the structure of agriculture potentially, so perhaps more direct connections with farmers facilitated by things like AI. Also perhaps consumers engaging in production and also maybe systems of exchange. There'd also perhaps be a switch to more localized food production and more resilient local food supply chains, which obviously have implications for food security. The idea of urban agriculture with the added benefit of providing more jobs in the local area and retaining that value. But there was also on the kind of counter side to the kind of plant-based shifts was the idea that there might be new types of social stigma generated from kind of non-net zero lifestyles and how that will play into kind of the desirability of different diets. And all of these options are really based on consumer literacy and the awareness of goods that are available on the market for consumers to shift to, which brings us on to how to get there and the idea that it will involve a substantial degree of consumer mobilization, the need for social movements, empowered consumers, and a sense that we can't wait for retailers to drive the change, that citizens need to be mobilized to create a bigger movement about the food that they want to eat. There's also a sense that there will be a need for both push and pull mechanisms. One way won't be enough on its own. We need more engaged consumers, but also things like regulation, and probably everything needs to be thrown at it. But there are also sort of systemic challenges in things like the asymmetry of power in terms of big producers of food and supermarkets. I think finally, one of the really interesting points was about how some of these changes might be occurring to an extent organically. So whether these are at the pace which is required for net zero is another question, but so the idea that there might be aging out, so younger people should typically have more kind of flexitarian diets, and whether that will proliferate throughout the population, whether schools will have an influence in driving shifts to plant-based diets, and yeah, kind of maintaining the focus on what's actually happening in the real world, so 20% already flexitarian, and yeah, bearing in mind some of these things are already set in motion. So hopefully that's a reasonable summary, but please anyone correct me if not.
Thanks, Alice. Anyone else? Yeah, from the room? I think, yeah, you did a great job, Alice. Then, okay, moving to public sector room and food trade. So they were merged.
Okay, so I'll make a quick summary and jump in if I miss anything. So we started by discussing the central role that procurement will play in driving net zero in 2050. And our discussion is centered around the fact that the key levers of procurement, including sourcing levers, such as whether it's local versus global production systems, supply selection criteria, and so on, as well as the legal levers of procurement, including contract types and clauses, tendering, procedures and rules, dispute resolution, and so on, that these would be central to pushing the net zero agenda by 2050. And in line with Luana's talk that we all listened to previously, we dwelt on the debate around what the role of public procurement will be in pushing these two levers, both the sourcing lever of procurement and the legal lever. We've concentrated a lot more on the legal side because that side seems to be kind of ignored largely, but Luana shed some light on some of the work that's going on in the FAO. Specifically, what we're interested in, our discussion centered around how specific contracts around procurement need to be able to capture holistic net zero targets, particularly when you're thinking of different types of supply chains, local versus global. In that sense, current work that Luana and the FAO are doing suggests that across many countries, the legal instruments are not quite as specific with regards to what needs to be captured for net zero targets. But there are other instruments, compliance instruments, standardization instruments, for example, like food standards across different countries that can be integrated into procurement instruments to highlight some of the net zero objectives that we would want to reach by 2050. There was also talk around how there are challenges still on the legal side from different tendering processes and what's required. And we talked about how there would have to be some kind of framework to enable adaptability of different tendering approaches. Luana mentioned that some countries are developing instruments that are specific for tendering towards net zero, while others are still trailing behind. And we envisage that for us to hit the 2050 target, there would have to be some kind of harmonized way of tendering for net zero. There was also the discussion we had around legal assessment of public procurement rules. For example, the trade-off between whether the legal side should drive things or the policy side should drive things around how procurement contracts should be developed for net zero. It was a discussion, so we weren't quite taking any side. There's a role for policy, but there's the argument that the legal aspect plays a central role, because apart from being tied to the companies themselves, it's also bound by the frameworks that different countries or different jurisdictions use to draft procurement laws. Along those lines, we then had a brief discussion, which we didn't get the chance to quite conclude, as to whether that there'll be two systems drivers. There'll be one system driver around how public procurement is organized, whether it is federated, decentralized, or centralized. And Luana was suggesting that a multi-sector coordination of different actors, including different procurement authorities, different relevant ministries for countries where procurement authorities don't exist, needs to be formed so that these contracts are drafted to be net zero sensitive. Then we also talked about the system structure for implementing. And here we're thinking more in terms of when we have these contracts, who's responsible for driving the implementation? Would it be through coordination of actors? Would it require collaboration or cooperation at certain nodes in the chain? Some of the points that we raised is that, particularly in the UK, it would need probably a hierarchical approach, because public procurement is vetted centrally by the Treasury. And a lot of it is revolving around value for money, including what local authorities do. Everything is pulled from the central authorities. And so there would have to be coordinated efforts to rewrite those rules to align with net zero targets. In terms of transport, we're talking about decarbonizing. The future would have to include decarbonizing transport, as this is largely excluded from the net zero scope currently. And we reflected a bit on decarbonizing maritime transport versus decarbonizing last mile transport. And we said that maritime transport, that might be something that would need to be done on a bilateral type arrangement between the countries, UK and their trade partners. Whereas last mile transport decarbonization would have to be a B2B type arrangement between the companies and logistics firms.
Wow, great. Thanks, Ray. I'm sure, like, I mean, I'm really amazed by all the summaries that you all have presented in just 20 minutes or even less than that discussion. So it's almost like a sprint thinking and presenting the summary so effectively. So thank you everyone for summarizing that. I could already see, like, the different conversations in the different groups emerging, and there are quite a lot of synergies between what you have presented, but then there are some misalignments as well, so which we will be capturing in our next session, which is on conflicts. And I think Christian, who is here, Christian, yeah, thank you for being there. So he would be chairing along with Matt, who is also here or should be here. Yes,
Yeah, I'm here.
Matt. So yeah, Matt would be kicking off this session with some of the conflicts related points. And then Christian, of course, you have heard all the summary from this fantastic 4 groups. So there are already 2 or 3 questions in the conflict session. However, we are very much flexible at this stage, and we can pick up a few questions related to what summary has been presented in these sessions. Yeah. So Christian, I'm giving you completely open hands. So feel free to take it as in, like, how you want to drive it. And of course, Matt, you are here as one of the really a good speaker to kickstart conflict session. So over to you, Matt.
Great, thanks. And apologies because I've not been able to attend any of the rest of the meeting today. I've been on a train from Paddington and just got back recently. So thanks for the invitation to come and talk today. So hi everyone, my name's Matt Lobley. I'm a Professor of Rural Resource Management at the University of Exeter and co-director of the Centre for Rural Policy at the University of Exeter. We work from field to fork, but my particular expertise is really around understanding farmers, trying to understand farmers and their behaviour and their decision making. So I'm going to talk very, very briefly about, I've slightly reframed it. I've done that classic thing of being, set something and deciding I'm going to do something ever so slightly different. I'm going to talk about challenges rather than necessarily conflicts. So it's probably just a different framing. And from what I've heard in the last 10 minutes, I think there will be some parallels with some of your other discussions. So I'm going to talk about primary producers, who we often call farmers, and some of the challenges that the farming sector is facing before we even start thinking of net zero, because I think that's one of the things we need to be really aware of, is the challenges facing this sector. And it's a sector where, I'm increasingly aware we just keep adding more and more layers of demand on them in terms of what we want from farmers. So some of you may know all this stuff already, in which case go and check your emails. But if you don't, just spend 5 minutes listening to some of the challenges that I think will hopefully provoke a bit more discussion. So when we think about farming in the UK, we are talking predominantly about a sector of family businesses, small family businesses. Many of them are micro businesses. Many of those businesses are highly dependent on payments that were delivered under the Common Agricultural Policy and the kind of legacy payments that we have at the moment as we go into this really important agricultural transition. So something like 40% of farms in the country would make a loss if it wasn't for the basic payment that they get at the moment based on the area of land they farm. And for many of them, that basic payment translates a loss into a really modest profit, really modest, and often widely fluctuating from year to year. Particularly farmers in the livestock sector, who are clearly going to be highly kind of implicated in the transition to net zero. So we've got a group of small family businesses, highly dependent on public support payments, who are now facing the most radical change to their operating environment, the policy operating environment, domestically and internationally, for decades. And these payments that they have become highly, highly dependent on are being phased out, and they're not going to be replaced in the sense of there's not going to be a like-for-like replacement. So the future, when we get through this transition period, is all about public money for public goods and paying farmers to deliver these. But those payments are not going to replace the payments they get at the moment. They might partially replace some of them, but they're going to have to do different things. And part of this will be, hopefully, to incentivize them to be on a transition towards net zero, or at least lower emissions. But that might be quite difficult for a lot of these business operators. We have a sector which has quite a skewed age structure. It's actually quite difficult to get really accurate demographic and age structure data. A lot of the official data gives the age of the registered holder, so the legal holder of the business, which is often, to be honest, it's an old bloke, right, in his 70s or 80s, and it's his children or even his grandchildren who are doing most of the work, but he and it is still often he, is the legal holder. So it's quite difficult to really get at the age structure, but we have an aging age structure. There are issues around levels of education amongst that older group, numeracy, literacy. I used to take students to a farm on Dartmoor where there's a farmer does amazing things with sheepdog trials and sheepdog training, but he needs somebody to come in and do all the paperwork for him because he can't read or write. And that's not uncommon in that kind of age group. We also have an issue within this population of poor mental health. So research that we finished last year, we worked with a sample of over 15,000 farmers and farm workers, largest ever survey of the health and well-being of the farming community of England and Wales. Over 30% were possibly or probably depressed, so higher levels than in the population as a whole, high levels of anxiety. And these issues can be found across the sector, but are particularly associated with farms that have livestock for all sorts of complicated reasons I don't have time to get into. So we've got a group of people who they're dependent often on public support payments, and that's going to change. They're aging. They've often got mental health and anxiety problems. And we're saying, you know what, on top of that, we want you to produce food to high standards, to high animal welfare standards, provide high standards for your staff as well. We want you to produce environment, clean air, clean water, biodiversity, landscape. And you know what? Now we want you to transition to net zero. And some of them are just not in a good place to make any decisions about the future of their business. So these are really big asks of some of these businesses. And that's before we mention external shocks, like, if we'd been doing this just a few months ago, we'd have focused particularly on COVID, but now, the impact of war in Ukraine, and suddenly we're all really focused on food security, energy security. I was talking to farmers last night whose fertilizer bill has tripled. And people, really don't know whether they're going to be able to afford to use fertilizer, which, might be a good thing in terms of the context of what we're talking about, but also glasshouse producers, not sure whether they can afford to heat their glass houses to produce fruit and vegetables. So there's a whole load of, it's that kind of perfect storm kind of thing, isn't it? All these things, any one of them would be a big deal to deal with on its own. Suddenly they're all coming together and we're saying, and you know what, you've really got to change radically the way you do farming in order to move to net zero. So I think there's a lot of challenges here because that's the group of people who a lot of them are going to have to deliver it, and we're going to have to work out how we help them make the move, change what they're producing, change their production methods, a whole load of different things in order to get on that road to transition. So I'm a bit of a kind of glass half empty sort of guy, so I just thought I'd put those challenges out there because we just need to be realistic. These are the people, they manage 70% of the land area of the country. There are lots of individual small businesses. These are the people we need to work with. We need to be helping them move. And so that's what I just wanted to say briefly to try and stimulate a bit of discussion. Thank you. I've stimulated silence.
No, you haven't, Matt. I was just trying to find the unmute button. As is always the way with Zoom, you spend 2 years of your life and you still can't find the unmute button. Thank you very much for providing that discussion in, I guess, stress points within the road to net zero. I think it's very vital that we understand the role of farmers and the amazing changes that we need to see throughout the system as we move towards net zero. And I think all of the presentations today have shown that. And you've raised some very specific stress points in terms of aging demographic, the number of farmers, the types, etc., shown there. So I would like to open up now to the floor and highlight if anybody else has thoughts, not only around, say, farmers, but also around wider conflicts in terms of the things we need to do if we're designing a net zero food system. So this could mean in terms of unintended consequences, and I'm thinking very much, we've already had discussions in the chat around food affordability and equitable distribution of even just food subsidies in terms of thinking about redesigning that net zero food system. So that could be on farm, throughout the system in terms of who gets what and where, all of those different sorts of things. And I think we've also been talking about, say, the move towards local or the move towards technocratic solutions or the move towards even ultra processed foods and all of how all those things fit. And, looking at the news today around Kellogg's, I know in our discussion group, we were talking about Kellogg's ultra processed cereal And of course, the idea that if you add milk to it, of course, from a nutrient perspective, that lowers and creates less things. But from a climate change perspective, if Kellogg's and we put carbon labels, they might not be wanting that sort of math anymore, because if you add milk to it, it's going to be a magnitude of 10 higher probably than just cereal. So interesting thoughts there in terms of conflicts, metrics, etc. So please, I welcome everybody to raise your hand if you have other points regarding what conflicts are there, or conflicts that you foresee as well, and also the unintended consequences we might have of following one of these different paths or solutions that we're highlighting. So I see Oliver has raised their hand. Oliver, would you like to unmute and start?
Hi, thanks, Chris. I think it's more a quick sort of question for Matt, and just trying to understand this, right? So you've mentioned that there's a group of the farming community are having trouble adapting, but assuming that there's no advance in technology and we've got what we currently have, is it actually economically viable for a farmer to farm in the UK and make money doing so? Like if they were up to date with current standards and they were tech savvy and they were adaptable, can a farmer actually make money? Like, has that question been asked? Has it been answered?
It's a good question. It has been asked. It's really complex. This is one of the things when we talk about farming, it is the heterogeneity in farming is incredible. So yes, you have people making money. Absolutely, for sure. And that could be because they're using all the latest techniques, or it could be because they've changed their model and they're supplying their customers direct. And so they receive a larger proportion of the end price. That's one of the problems we have at the minute, that the vast majority of food is sold through supermarkets, and the proportion of that end value that the farmer gets is peanuts. Also, though, a lot of farmers, don't necessarily have, they might have very good farming skills, very good agronomic skills, very good with their livestock. They don't necessarily know how to make a business plan. They don't necessarily know how to budget. They don't necessarily know their costs. So in the past, I've had discussions with economists who were saying, farmers are trying to profit maximize. And I say, well, they can't be, because to profit maximize, you need to know what your costs are. And a lot of them don't know what their costs are, or their marginal costs. So yes, it is possible to make a living. You have to be innovative. And like I say, whether that's at the tech end or whether that's cultivating, no pun intended, direct relationships with your consumers. Also diversifying, we're talking about farming as if those businesses are entirely dependent on farming as an income. Many of them will have used their land-based assets to diversify into other income sources. So again, I was talking to a farmer last night, farms beef, sheep, he farms weddings, he farms glamping, he farms dog walking, a whole range of different things. And that's what a lot of people do in order to stay in business. They do a lot of other things in order to basically cross-subsidize their farm, their portfolio businesses. So that might not quite answer your question, but it just shows the kind of breadth, I think, of different situations.
Okay, but I suppose it is possible, and maybe there's just some simple training interventions for farmers that are open to it that would be required to get them up to speed, right? So it's not necessarily an insurmountable problem by the sounds.
It's not. No, it's not insurmountable, but it's. Somebody else said earlier in the last talk about it being multi-dimensional and multidisciplinary, and it is, because there's stuff around technical skills and knowledge, there's stuff around kind of soft skills.
Things like business plans, that's a fairly simple intervention, right? And I imagine once you know your numbers, it becomes a lot easier to be a farmer once you know what your outgoing costs are.
Absolutely, and you would think people would learn all that stuff.
It's a very simple calculation. I know it's obviously challenging for some people, but that could be taught to people that are sort of open to receiving that.
Absolutely. So at the minute, as part of the agricultural transition, DEFRA are running a number of different programs. One of them is called something like the Future Farming Resilience Program, and it's providing a range of training. So some of it is around kind of mental health first aid and stuff like that. Some of it's around business planning. Some of it's around succession planning. All of these different kind of business skills that in a lot of other businesses they would have that often farming families don't necessarily have, because they often prioritize the real farming work is out in the fields, and the kind of office-based stuff is seen as something you fit around all the other real work. And what I say when I talk to farmers, and it doesn't always go down very well, to be honest, is that they're going to have to pay much greater attention to all that stuff around working in the office, around planning, and around all that, those kind of business skills. So yeah, it can be done. It's not insurmountable. It's just that when you've got so many different things, you've got to deal with the business skills, you've got to deal with the depression and anxiety that all impact on their ability to make decisions, to be willing and able to actually get out and take part in a training scheme. So that, you know, there's a lot of things that we need to address at the same time.
Okay, thanks.
I would also just highlight, sorry, I'm going to take chair's prerogative for a few seconds before I move on to Richard and then Robin. So I'm at the Centre for Food Policy, and one of the things we do in our political economy of food course as part of our masters is get students to map the value chain in terms of environmental impacts, in terms of carbon, so doing environmental value chain analysis. And part of that unpacks the different power, so of supermarkets, of manufacturers, of these different parts of the chain, and there is unequal power distribution across those, as Matt highlighted. And I guess this leads on to discussions I've had with, say, shepherds or lamb farmers up in the north, in terms of just the price of chicken is so low for them to be competitive. They have to cut things to the bone to even be a competitive price. And so though we're also talking about inequalities and food affordability now, food affordability, we may need to see an increase in proteins if we want to be farming sustainable proteins and thinking about a less but better narrative with changes to our diets and our gastronomy because of that. But I think we've all had those, and I can now see 4 different hands, so I'll stop hogging this. So Richard was first. Richard, would you like to unmute and come on screen, please?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to put another perspective on this. This is very sort of doom and gloom at the moment, but there are an enormous number of very successful farmers, enormously dynamic business people, and incredibly inventive in sense of what they do and what they can contribute. And those should be celebrated as well. But what we need to do is, of course, to make it easier for more people to be like that, more farmers, more growers to be like that. A lot of them do recognize the value of their associated land and capabilities of their businesses, like glamping or whatever you might say. But also the government is recognizing this in the new environment bill and the way that they'll pay out, you know, the subsequent, the environment, forgot the exact terms, but the environment benefit scheme, the payment scheme that will promote the use of environmental schemes on farm rather than just paying for land area. So there's lots to be celebrated, and these need to be encouraged and applauded.
I think that's a good point. I mean, and also farmers learn from farmers much more than they learn from, you know, us going around selling things. So to have more demonstration sites where farmers can go along and look at something in a broadly similar context to the way they farm, and they can talk to the other farmer and say, you know, how did you make this work? What's gone wrong? What do I need to avoid? They learn really well like that. And we need that network of demonstration farms across the country.
And access to data throughout. I'm going to move us on, Robin.
So related to this thread, and it's so I assume, so we're hearing about it here. The government knows that this is a real issue, right? Whether they're going to act on it or not for various reasons. So they must think it's survival of the fittest, yeah. And in which case, then it's really innovation of business models. So Matt covered a few of the you know, how you might run that as a portfolio business. You know, so all these things need to be addressed before we even think of technology and looking at data on the farm and things like that. So there's often a temptation to talk about sort of agri-tech and how that might be implemented, but we need to address all these other problems first. Is that something that's going to be addressed by government? Who's got, you know, and the usual question, who's got the convening power here to really drive this?
Some very good questions there, and I'm just seeing on Twitter as well about the role of the white paper and the strategy, and maybe different bodies within government. So again, representing Centre for Food Policy, there are different bodies all acting within this, but those are some good questions, and I think if you put them onto the wall, we can start thinking about them in the My Road session later on as well. But that's some very good points you've raised there in terms of conflicts within government around priorities and who's actually responding to this. I'm going to keep on moving. Who is next? Ilaria, are you?
Ilias.
Ilias, sorry, Ilias.
Okay, I was wondering if I can change a little bit the topic of our discussion and focus for a second or so on the unintended risks. This is something that occupies quite a lot our thinking at the moment, because the focus upon alternative proteins for humans and the focus of alternative feed ingredients like seaweed, circular economy ingredients, and things like that, has quite a lot of risks that are associated with the introduction, for example, of novel allergens. And I think somebody else mentioned that much earlier in the day about these novel allergens and how do you create a diet, a vegetable-based diet, for example, in schools that caters for all these allergens. As far as animals are concerned, the major issue is that we are now jumping into the use of a lot of alternatives without really knowing the consequences on animal health, the risks on the animal health on the one hand, and importantly, the risks on animal welfare. And there is quite a lot of an active debate on unintended consequences of doing so on animal welfare. This is just a very quick point.
No, thank you very much for that. And I think some of those thoughts can be applied throughout the food system as well. So thank you for raising that in terms of unintended consequences and the risks involved. Raymond, I'm running us down to the wire here before 3 o'clock. Do you want to contribute?
Yes. Okay, so very quickly, I think one of the things we need to reflect on regarding conflicts in the food chain is how the government applies regulatory pressures to different actors differently. So for instance, much of the guidance on the new legislation on land use focuses intently on farmers and what farmers need to do to improve sustainability targets. And all of that attention on farmers precludes what's happening at the processing end and the retail end. So what we're seeing is almost as if we have a government discouraging local production just through the regulations that are being put out around net zero. On the other hand, in terms of gathering the sort of data that we need to underpin any kind of net zero accounting, much of the regulatory focus is on the middle of the chain, usually the processing stream. If you look at the regulations around traceability, for example, pretty much all of them focus on tracing to the processor because the idea is that safety risks would emanate from there. Whereas the sort of measures that we would need for net zero are actually measures on the farm. And because for decades now, regulation around traceability has focused on processing, even in the UK, we still can't guarantee accurate food chain information coming from the farm end because there are no standards as to how the data should be collected there and so on. So I think in the way regulation is applied to the different tiers of the supply chain, we're starting to see conflicts in what roles each of these actors would need to play in terms of their contribution towards net zero and generating data to support net zero policies.
Really good points there in terms of just thinking about the missing middle and how in some ways we've been talking about farmers because they're a group who shout loudly, and we've been tailoring our response today and in this discussion because Matt is also gives a damn about that sector, rightly so. And you've brought up so many other conflicts that are there within the system. So thank you very much, Raymond. I think please put all of these ideas into the chat and onto the Miro in the next session. There's been a few discussions around labour and supply chain issues in the chat already. Please do keep these going. I'm going to draw this section to a close now, but it seems there's many different unintended consequences as multiple people have been discussing, or possible conflicts that could arise due to demography and due to just changes in industrial structure, for want of a better word, or business models that needs to happen for us to accompany this net zero journey. And I think there's also room for the STFC Food Network and STFC Tech generally to support these different sorts of aspects and transformations to make them less painful. So I'm going to hand back to Sonal now and keep us as tight to time as possible because I'm the only one standing between us and coffee. Thank you, Sonal.
Thanks, Christian. You have been fantastic. Excellent moderation. And yeah, thank you, everyone. So we will enter into session 3, but after a coffee break, short coffee break. Before we break on that, Matt and Richard, there's one question from me in the chat box. If you could answer that, that would be helpful. And there are others as well. Ray, if you could answer Andrea's question on labor, that would be good. Okay, so we are breaking out now for 10 minutes. We'll be back in 10 minutes time. By exactly 15:10, we'll hit our session 3 on measurements and what do we need, what data do we need, what data do we have on net zero measurements, where are the gaps, where do we need to be targeting next. So I think there are some very fantastic speakers from Energy System Catapult, STFC, from Climate Trace. So Sam is already here from the USA. And it's an initiative of Al Gore and Google AI, and then Rothamsted Research. So we'll have some really good discussions going on from micro level data analytics to macro level, global level. What do we need? Where do we need to prioritize our research in the next few years? Okay, so yeah, now it's a time for coffee break, quick coffee break, and then we'll be back at 3:10 UK time. Okay, unmute yourself, mute yourself and switch off your camera, and we'll be back at 15:10, just in 9 minutes time.
I so know. Everybody's gone home.
Well, it's great to see at least 40 plus people still here.
Oh,
So-
good. It's been a very interesting day. There's some really, a lot of details, some excellent points have been brought out right through the day.
Yeah, and we hope to capture that in some sort of really innovative way of displaying the findings. So hopefully we can share that with the group sometime soon.
Good.
So of course there's a Miro going on at the background, and Joe at some point she can share the screen to show what it looks like. But then we will be using recordings as well to make sure that we can have a proper report and some sort of infographics as well coming from the different presentation and discussions. Okay. Right. So I'm assuming everybody is back from their short break. Ray, are you back? Okay, we'll give a minute.
You mentioned the Miro board, Sonal. Is there a link to that anywhere?
Yeah, so Joe, if you are here, where are you? Yeah, Joe Ennis. Yeah, do you want to share the link or the screen? And there's still a lot of population to be done on the Miro board as and when it's.
It's okay if it's not ready. I just thought if I'd missed something along the way, that's all.
I'm not actually sure how to share my screen in Zoom. I don't often use Zoom, so. Oh no, hang on. There's a thing at the bottom, so let me see. That will work. So you should be able to see.
Yeah.
This now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll zoom out. We've been recording each of the group's outputs.
I understand now. Yeah, cool.
But yeah, I can share a link if that's useful. Maybe after the session.
Yeah, do that.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just kicked out of the Zoom. Okay. So yeah, starting with session 3, right, on the panel presentation. So we have around 5 panelists in this session, and we'll start with Matthew Joss from Energy Systems Catapult. In this session, we'll be covering net zero food systems assessments and measurements. So right from different sort of regional, national level models to global level models to what do we have at a meso micro scale. So Matthew Joss from Energy Systems Catapult. Okay.
Hello everyone. Shall I try and share a presentation, Sol?
Sure.
I'm not used to Zoom, so pardon my slowness. Trying to get this to. Can you see a presentation?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
So I'm assuming nobody knows anything about the energy systems catapult. If you do, just glaze over for a few minutes while I give you literally a 30-second overview of the catapult and who we are and how we fit. So that there's a number of catapults across the UK, symbolised here by the circles on the map. We're one of those, focused solely on energy systems and an awful lot of stuff around that as well. So while we say energy systems, there's an awful lot of things that we do that you might not necessarily think, oh, that's energy systems. This is not. We cross over and collaborate with quite a few of the other catapults as well, namely satellite applications catapult, high value manufacturing, and others as well, including REC, on a number of projects. So we've got expertise across the whole energy system. My role is around infrastructure and engineering, and I sit in the team that essentially holds the engineering expertise within the catapult for specific areas of the system. So we look at electricity, heat, transport, infrastructure, consumers. So we've got a living lab that focuses on consumers, their needs, what they need to do to decarbonise as well, and how they might interact with heating and electricity in the future, and industry as well. So we've got a number of ways in which we can do that, and they kind of sit under a number of platforms. One, looking at whole systems and networks, so the entirety of the UK and the networks that might sit within them. The networks, as we categorise them here, are mainly looking at infrastructure, so pipes and wires, electricity pylons, gas networks, hydrogen networks in the future as well, carbon capture and storage networks, and the like, and creating models around that to help investors either invest in projects going forward as well, but also the government and how they might look to do stuff in the future. Net zero homes, so I mentioned the living lab, so we've got over 1,000 homes now signed up to that living lab. We've recently extended that out to Scotland as well, in collaboration with the Power Network Distribution Centre under a programme called WESA. We also have something looking at local places. So this is where our local area energy planning comes in, where we look at specific towns, places, and looking at decarbonising those towns and places. And complex sites. So this might be industrial sites or industrial buildings. We've done a big programme looking at government buildings in particular and government-owned sites and how they might decarbonise in the future as well. So we do an awful lot of things in those areas, but the depth of it is what tools we use to actually help do that as well. And there's an awful lot of changes needed to be able to get to net zero, whether that's making sure that we can get all the energy that we need in the future from the right places, lots of new technologies. We've got old infrastructure in a lot of places that needs renewing, but also not just renewing, in some places reinforcing if it's going to stay there. But all in all, we've got to make sure that the consumers of those energy are going to interact with a new energy system and what we need to do for net zero in the future, whether that's changing a boiler in your home, changing the car on your drive, or changing habits. And that's one of the things that we've kind of looked at as part of how we actually get to net zero and what the energy system role is in getting to net zero. And it's really difficult, in summary. And there's an awful lot of things that you might need to do that we don't really know an awful lot about yet. One of those that's really a topic of conversation for this group is that reduced meat and dairy consumption, which we have to play and kind of put in there to say, we're really struggling to get to net zero through all these additional means that we've got in place at the moment and what we know at the moment. So we've got to look at these speculative measures and say, well, we need to get that extra bit. There's still those residual emissions. How can we get there? So we published a report a couple of years ago now called Innovating to Net Zero, in which we looked at these speculative measures, one of them being reduced meat and dairy consumption. There were two scenarios that we looked at around that, one called clockwork and one called patchwork. Clockwork world is exactly as it says. It's centralised coordination from UK government, very clear direction on where we need to go with a lot of things and what we need to do. Patchwork is much more local, regional sort of efforts to decarbonise. And you can see there the sort of speculative measures in each of those scenarios that are picked up. So we have tools that we use and look to kind of shape around this from a national level all the way down to a site level. One of those tools that's particularly relevant now to food in particular is our bio-value chain model. So we use an awful lot of biomass in our, or an awful lot of biomass is deployed in our models in the future, looking out from 2030 to 2050. A lot of our outputs are similar to CCC outputs, BEIS outputs in terms of how many terawatt hours of biomass you might want per year by 2050. But we can look at it on quite a detailed spatial level, all the way down to a 1 kilometre square. So the bio-value chain model looks at it on a 50 kilometre square, but places uses for that biomass in those particular squares all across the UK. So, but also where you might want to grow those resources as well. So it's a bit about co-location. One of the bits that we really are struggling with at the moment is potential land uses in the future and how land use might change. We're really starting to take some of this stuff from a national perspective and looking at it from a local perspective. So there's a big local drive at the moment to do local area energy plans, but representations as well, to make sure that you're making the best use of the land that that local authority holds. So we're trying to take some of this stuff from the national level, filter it down to local, but making sure that we've got some consistency throughout to get all the way back up to say, yes, we can achieve net zero. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. I'm sure that if there are any questions, please use chat box, and we'll try and pick up a few questions towards the end after all the panelists have given their talk. Okay, thanks, Matt. Very insightful. So our next speaker is Sham Shila from Climate Trace USA. It's an initiative from Al Gore and Google AI, and he'll be talking about global level real-time carbon dioxide emissions models. So Sham, over to you.
Great, and I do also have a presentation. Can everyone see my slide deck here?
Yeah.
Perfect. So Climate Trace is our organization, which is really a parent umbrella for many organizations across sectors that are putting together timely, open, and accessible accounting of greenhouse gases globally. So this initiative, again, was launched in partnership with Al Gore and a variety of other NGOs throughout the world. And we want to make carbon emissions accounting transparent and accessible to world governments, to NGOs, private sector. And I think there are many great tools that are behind walled gardens that make it difficult to compare, to react, to improve. And we want to make sure that all this is out in the open so that we can have more accurate assessments and make better interventions. These are some of the organizations involved. My organization is Carbon Yield, and we focus on the agricultural sector. Unlike power plants and oil and gas infrastructure, agriculture is obviously such a diverse sector with many different types of activities and modeling required. So we are not primarily the modelers. We have kind of aggregated modeling from several different institutions. We work with the University of Malaysia on rice production emissions. We work with Michigan State University in the United States around synthetic fertilizers and have another modeling effort around factory farms. So we are continually trying to interact with scientists and research institutions, new technologies in the remote sensing space to be able to bring together our estimates. And we do this again with a kind of combination of remote sensing where appropriate, sometimes statistical and empirical modeling, machine learning. And then we always want to make sure we have representative ground truth data so that as we're developing these models, that we're comparing them to reality on the ground. So this can include like chamber gas measurements or detailed soil core studies, things like that, that would help us ensure that we're getting something that's accurate. Just wanted to give a couple examples of the kind of work we've done for synthetic fertilizer emissions. We really first wanted to start at a national scale So we looked at the nitrogen use efficiency locally, yield of crops, and we're able to infer the nitrogen uptake by plants in various scenarios, and we're able to come up with a system that could scale. We now have 96 countries modeled for their emissions based on this approach. And it's a much more reliable data set that doesn't require a lot of self-reporting, which is where a lot of things fall down. Most, FAO Stat does a great job of scaling kind of a survey-based approach, but it's hard to take an empirical model that can back it up. We actually found pretty decent relationship between the Michigan State research and FAO Stat, but it's nice to have a model that can scale at a national level. But we are now taking it to an asset level scale, which I think is more meaningful to a lot of our users and to just the data consumers, whether they be consumer packaged goods companies or farmers themselves that are participating in markets, wanting to be able to bring this down to an asset level scale, to a parcel level scale. So we've worked to integrate the best data available, remote sensing approaches that identify where different activities are occurring globally, and then using process-based models, so using the management practices that are detected remotely to run climate models for each of these parcels. And then where there isn't representative data, using machine learning as a way to fill in the gaps so that this model can scale globally. So we're looking by the fall of this year to have a global asset level map of synthetic fertilizer emissions, which is one of the dominant, I think it's in the 20% of agricultural emissions are associated with synthetic fertilizer globally. Taking a similar approach with rice paddies, we've used NDVI as a way to track the planting cycles and harvest cycles of rice paddies in irrigated zones. So in Southeast Asia, this is one of the largest contributors of rice production and emissions. And we developed a tool with the University of Malaysia to both identify rice paddies, to take this approach of modeling how many harvests there are and applying emissions factors based on IPCC criteria and some regional criteria to be able to indicate the methane flux per square meter from these facilities. We are currently at a 1 kilometer resolution for mapping rice cultivation and have about 23 countries modeled, which represents more than 85% of rice production. But this year in the fall, again, we're going to get down to a 10-meter scale. So we're getting closer to what an asset might look like, which is really exciting. For factory farms, it's been a little bit more challenging, and we've worked with a technology firm to be able to generate synthetic training imagery. So giving a few examples of where there are factory farms in a region, allowing a model to create a lot of facsimiles in kind of a virtual space of what that facility looks like, and then going out and scanning an entire region for all the factory farms that are there. And they exhibit very similar characteristics in terms of the alignment of these facilities, the kind of structures that are nearby, and we're able to pretty quickly identify all the facilities in an area, which is a process that would have taken millions of dollars and lots of manual effort to review imagery. And part of this has also been enabled by partnership with Planet Labs, which has provided imagery for us to go global with this analysis. So we did a pilot in 2 US states and in Argentina, and later this year we'll be in 10 countries that represent more than 80% of factory farms. The challenge then becomes translating the facilities that we've identified to emissions estimates. And so we're working on building population models with a group of Harvard researchers to figure out how many cattle are at each facility based on where we've identified, and then therefore applying the correct emissions factor. But we think there can be some improvement here also with integrating process-based models that might allow us to detect changes in management practices that will give us a more dynamic sense of how these facilities are managed. We are now, with the sectors that we are modeling, we're covering about 65% of global ag emissions, but there's still a lot left, and we definitely need some help and welcome research collaboration. We know that there's some really great research around crop residues and are looking for a global model there for modeling emissions from crop residues. Grazing animals are a much tougher system to collect data on just because you need generally higher resolution imagery. So we would love approaches for understanding the newer emissions from grazing animals. We're totally missing other animal livestock segments, poultry, swine, and lamb production in particular. And soil carbon, I think, is a really important one, sensitive for a lot of emerging carbon markets. And we know that there are some global approaches that are expensive to use, and we're welcome to collaboration opportunities, maybe where we share data at a lower resolution, are able to help direct folks to higher quality data where necessary, but at least have a global data set of fluxes in soil organic carbon loss and change. Yeah, we're excited to see if there are partnership opportunities with the researchers and institutions here. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Sam. Very helpful, very, very helpful. I'm sure there would be many who would be absolutely excited to collaborate with you, and we will pick them up after we finish with the panel discussion. Yeah. So our next speaker is Dr. Laura Cardenas from Rothamsted Research, who would be talking us about UK level greenhouse gases inventory and how it's done and what are the missing data, where do we need to focus our research next. Laura, over to you. So if you could share yours.
Should be sharing.
Yeah, so you are sharing your screen. Just go full screen. Yeah, that's
okay,
perfect.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. And yeah, it's been a really great day. I will talk about the work that we do in Rothamsted and the wider context. So the inventory for the UK between 1990 and 2020 shows the general trend of decreasing emissions, both in methane and nitrous oxide. This is mostly due to decrease in livestock numbers and emissions overall are, so as we know, agriculture is only one sector of the 5 sectors in greenhouse gas inventories. But in terms of methane, so it's a major source and followed by nitrous oxide, which is mostly produced from agriculture. The methane emissions are dominated by enteric fermentation, and there is a smaller source from manure methane. Regarding soil, so manure also produces nitrous oxide, as you can see here, is also a significant source, but the most significant source is actually direct emissions from soils. And then indirect emissions, which are comprised by leaching and runoff and atmospheric deposition. Then the livestock emissions, as I said, methane and from enteric fermentation is a major source, but we also have manure, which, as you can see here, split almost half and half between methane and nitrous oxide. This is in CO2 equivalents. The direct emissions from soils, on the other hand, dominated by inorganic or mineral fertilizer, followed by organic sources. So this is manures, anaerobic digestate, etc. And then also we go organic soils, and crop residues are quite important sources. So in 2010, a large consortium of organizations in the UK got together, including Rothamsted Research, ADA, CH, SRUC, and we received funding from DEFRA and RAP to improve the inventory of the inventory of greenhouse gases for the UK from agriculture. we identified the most uncertain sectors, and we targeted those for improvement. The program was over £12 million, and it was comprised of 3 projects for the improvement, which was one for improving methane emissions, one for improving nitrous oxide, and there was a part of the project that was to exploit existing data. There was a large component of modeling in all of the parts of the project. Obviously, uncertainty analysis, verification, but there was also quite a large component in measurements. The outcomes of these 3 projects were to feed what is the inventory project. It's an ongoing project in 5-year cycles and continuous. So based on the DAs, the devolved administrations in the UK also contribute to providing data, and we submit that to the ONFCCC on a yearly basis. The program has produced multiple publications. This is a requirement from the IPCC. So the guidelines indicate that changes to the inventory should be peer-reviewed data, and possibly there could be some changes without publication, but they tend to be harder to be accepted. So we, based on all that program, developed new emission factor 1, which is emission factor for fertilizer, but we also improved a series of other emission factors. The inventory in the UK is now based on a nitrogen balance, and there were several improvements done on to the methane emissions calculations. So the UK inventory is classed as a country-specific inventory, mostly tier 2 with some tier 3 component. And in terms of gaps, the previous speaker, Sam, already mentioned some that they have, which are common with ours. I only list a few here. So for example, diet composition for calculating methane emissions is very important. So the better we get data on this, the better the inventory will be. But also disaggregating emission factor from manure management, because there is a series of steps since the manure is deposited in the housing up until the point of application to soil, and being able to estimate emissions in that chain is not possible at the moment, so it requires quite a lot of data. And then including other organic sources such as compost, for example. So we are currently trying to seek data for the UK on this. Stop sharing now.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. So I'm having a bit of a problem, unstable internet connection. Well, hopefully I can stay connected for the next half an hour to bring this to an end. Okay, so our next speaker is Robin Pinning from STFC Hartree Centre. Robin, over to you.
Okay, hello everybody. So I was going to resist the urge to throw up a few slides, but I will, but I'll keep them short because I've got a few points to make at the end, just in the interest of time and in the interest of starting a discussion. So I'll just give some slides just to explain who we are. So I'm Robin Pinning. I'm the CTO at the STFC Hartree Centre. Many of you will know who we are. We're part of STFC, part of UKRI, and report directly through the chain to BEIS. Okay, that's there's an example. We also have colleagues from scientific computing department on the workshop today, and Jens will follow me with some more specifics. Okay, so what's our mission? So we are tasked with transforming UK industry by accelerating the adoption of high performance computing, quantum computing, big data and AI technologies. So what does that mean in the real world? So often this is collaborative R&D, so it's directly. So this is direct commercial projects, research funding, Innovate UK work. We also can provide platforms, training, etc. Right, and here's a slide that really describes the skills that we've got across the 100 people that work for us. And what's actually missing off here is that we've got a sizable BD, Departments of Business Development group, who are very active, and that's key to making our job as effective as possible. So I'm not expecting you to look at all of these things. There's a few examples here of what we do. So Marion Samler, my colleague from Daphne, explained before about the Credo project, which is front and center here. What I will say is that we've got hundreds of projects that we've done over the last 10 years, and they all involve complex scenarios where there's complex systems, complex relationships between data and compute, and different kinds of architectures that needed to deliver on these things. Okay, so why do I say this? Well, stop sharing now. But so the reason I say this is that it isn't as straightforward as we might think in terms of driving forward any research agendas and how we might see changing the whole industry. There's huge complexity here. Data is everywhere. That's not the issue. It is, okay, so how do you get access to that data? How do we get data sharing agreements in place quickly? You know, should there be pre-agreed data agreements? Should there be pre-agreed frameworks for working together? What's the technological understanding to all this sitting underneath it? How do we get these things to interoperate? What are the standards there? I know these are a bunch of questions and I do have some answers, but it would be good to have a discussion about it. Okay, so you go through all of that. One of the things we've learned is that, okay, so you spend months negotiating these things. Then you get to see the data and you realize that it is not necessarily of sufficient quality. And then there's a loop then really where you can advise on that, or if it is of sufficient quality, then it's, you know, can you clean it up to the point where you can do some analysis or build some AI models or whatever, right? Is the data all in one place, or does it have to stay in situ, and how can you federate across that? These are important considerations. And then once you've realized that you've got the data, you know, these are complex systems of complex systems. What's that data pipeline look like? What's the right kind of analysis? Do you have the right kind of facilities for doing that? And do you have the rights to do that? And last but not least, for those companies, particularly when you're doing some kind of digital transformation and moving towards net zero is certainly one of those transformations. Rather than the obligations and rather than the stick, what are the benefits to that particular organization? What are the benefits? You know, is this faster, quicker, more efficient? Is it increasing margins? You know, what are the real benefits rather than just regulatory? You know, as a whole, we need a much better grip on this before we can actually have the transformation that we have as an ambition between us all, in the great discussions that we've had today. So I just thought I'd leave that on the table. If you want to look us up, we're very easy to find, and you can contact me afterwards if you've got more questions. But they're the points I wanted to raise today.
Thanks, Robin. I'm sure Ray will have much to add to that in terms of why we are sharing data, what is the value for data sharing for the multiple stakeholders involved in collecting and disseminating the data. So we'll cover that. Right, so moving to our last panelist, who is Dr. Jens Johnson from STFC. Jens, over to you.
Thank you, Sonal. As I also needed to find the unmute button. I can sort of sympathize with if people are feeling a bit exhausted or something. So my talk, my slides actually, I have a very short slide set. So hopefully people will I will not tax people's patience too much, hopefully. So Robin gave an excellent introduction to STFC in general, and what the kind of stuff we do. So I want to talk a little bit about the stuff that is more outward facing, particularly the food related stuff that we've done in the STFC food network. And you can see the link here on the slide. So there are lots of projects that are reaching out into the world. And one of the conditions of getting funding in the STFC food network is that you must use STFC technologies. So the question really is, how can we apply the technologies that we use for sort of high throughput computing, supercomputing, the data management that Robin mentioned, to benefit food projects across the world? And so we have lots of projects that you can go and look up on the website and see what all sorts of interesting things that they've done, where people have come to the sandpits and they have had contacts in different countries and they've had things they wanted to do, and we have been able to build prototypes and stuff that were really interesting. So I want to pick up, as I have worked with a lot of these projects over the years, I want to pick up on a particular pattern that emerges, because today we've talked a lot about supply chains and stuff. So I wanted to look at that a little bit more closely. So what quite a few of the projects have proposed to do is to look at a regional supply chain. So they take a bit of a marketplace in Kenya in a particular region where they sell fish or mangoes or whatever, tea, and look at the producers, particularly smallholders, how you engage with smallholders, because the big farms can probably do a lot of infrastructure and IT and technology and stuff themselves. But for the smallholder who may not have anything more than a phone, engaging with an IT infrastructure could be much harder. So the aim is to lower the barrier for people to engage with this. So we're interested in obviously producers and consumers of products, but also the storage in the middle and anybody who is processing the products and developing new products out of that, and the transportation. How do we actually move things around so that it gets delivered in time without wasting products or without things getting lost or something. So since today's topic is about net zero, it's really also about understanding what are the impacts of producing goods and consuming goods and storing goods and transporting them, because all of those will have an impact in terms of costs, in terms of CO2 and greenhouse gases and stuff. So the most basic benefit is by tracking products, we can try and reduce the loss and therefore reduce food waste and things, and we can reduce the impact of the consumption. But perhaps we can also do better than that by engaging the smallholders and getting more people involved in the supply chain, and maybe if getting some sort of planning ahead going, so people don't produce products that are not being consumed. So the idea is to take the region and introduce some sort of high-level planning around the supply chain in that region, and use that to eliminate the waste, because you can sort of advise farmers on what to do with respect to weather patterns and stuff, and what sort of things they're more likely to sell if they wanted to. We heard earlier today about farmers diversifying. So there might be things we can do to advise farmers on what to do that will help them be more sustainable, but also just waste less in the supply chain. Also, we can use this to build circular economy, where some outputs that would otherwise be wasted from one producer can go into the supply chain. So maybe the fish and stuff that do not get consumed can do something different. So STFC's role is really just to provide the data aggregation. So Robin mentioned that earlier, so I won't talk much about this. So we provide a data platform, but at the end, after the end of the project, you don't want the project in Africa to be dependent on STFC. So we design it so they can run it themselves, obviously. So what's the good thing about this? Well, we can engage with smallholders and consumers and stuff and maybe optimize the supply chain. And we also get some data for that region that help us understand what's going on. And we can, as I said, ideally, we can try to advise the farmers on what sort of crops and things they might want to try and produce. But there are also some open questions. This is a pattern across several projects, but there's no single software solution that has met everybody's needs at this point. So there's kind of a gap here as well. How do we scale up to get a bigger impact? Maybe the region alone is sufficient, but to get a bigger impact, we also want to get possibly a larger region, maybe the whole country or something. How do you get people to engage with that? We've talked about this earlier today. Will consumers actually make sustainable choices, or will they just go to the market and buy whatever is there? And also, obviously, supply chain alone is not sufficient because there are lots of other climate factors in play. There are so weather emergencies and stuff. Hailstorms can destroy crops. There are we heard about the war in Ukraine that impacts the price of goods and the availability of wheat. And so there are lots of other things around this that are not directly part of the supply chain, but it will also influence it a lot. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Now I will hand over to Ray.
Thank you.
The questions.
Thank you, Sonal. Thanks a lot for the very interesting presentations around measurement and the metrics for net zero. I think I'll just highlight some of the things that some of the points that have come out from the different discussions so far. Around the metrics for net zero, obviously the agenda is that it should be decision useful for the actors in the chain, has to be clear and understandable, reliable, verifiable, in line with certain objectives set by certain players in the chain, and more importantly, consistent over different time horizons so that we're able to compare historical to current and forward-looking metrics and how they change over time. I think let me start with a question and then maybe we open the conversation from there. Besides the metrics around greenhouse gas emissions, in terms of net zero metrics, are there any considerations around how the methodologies that we have can address other types of metrics, for example, metrics to do with transition and how the transition to net zero affects different actors, and metrics to do with, say, the physical risks associated to such transitions, for example, the volume of real estate collateral that might have to that might be lost as a result of a transition to net zero and that sort of thing. As well as financial metrics, metrics that link climate measures to financial objectives of businesses, and how we tie net zero measures to remuneration and pay, and probably incentives to companies. If anyone has any thoughts.
There's quite a lot of questions in one. Yeah, right?
No, I just highlighted the different possible measures, and because there's a lot of focus on just the greenhouse gas emissions as the central measures of net zero. But there are all these other things that we need to be thinking about, how they are measured, what metrics represent them. I was wondering if anyone has any thoughts about either work that's ongoing or any initiatives around how these other measures might be captured. Financial measures, transition measures, and so on.
Matt?
Yeah, it's perhaps not an answer, but something to throw into the mix as well. So for us, a lot of it's about carbon price and having an effective carbon price that people are incentivized to decarbonize in a lot of respects. But it's having something that works for everyone as well. At the moment, it doesn't. And there's an awful lot of work ongoing, not just by us, and we're touching the surface, to be fair. There's an awful lot of work needed to be able to get something that's effective for everyone to use, because we're all going to work on it's going to be on a global scale as well, not just on a national scale. So it's something that needs to work for everyone and for every sector.
How about in terms of, another question, probably to open it up a bit more, in terms of harmonizing the metrics themselves, from what the different speakers have talked about, different approaches, there's a tendency for these measures to either be direct measures, estimates, or proxies. How do we get around the challenge of harmonizing these different measurements over different time horizons, for example?
I see speakers thinking about it. But I'll just put on spot. Sam, do you have anything to suggest on that?
I'm trying to wrap my brain around it. So I mean, Climate Trace, we are trying to put everything kind of on an annual temporal bound, and recognizing that there are some technologies where we can go deeper than that, and some that an annual record is really difficult, or that a seasonal record is more important than going year to year. I think we're trying to share data at the highest level of granularity possible, so that researchers can aggregate up. But I think it's a tough question, Raymond, just particularly because so many of these systems just operate in different ways. And if you're looking at the electrical system, the temporal bound could be in the hours and minutes perhaps. And for many, I think if you were to give a point in time measurement of soil organic carbon for a field, that might not actually tell you a whole lot, because it's hard to get the rate of change, and that change might be most meaningful at an annual scale. So I think sometimes it's appropriate not to have harmony, but at least to have sort of a comparable units like a year, which I think are a good temporal unit across industries, even if you can go deeper for certain levels of analysis. Is that helpful?
Yeah, thanks. How about the methodologies then? If it's challenging to harmonize the actual measures that are used, how about the methodologies, and what impact does that have on how we interpret the findings that we're seeing?
Yeah, I think it's that is the challenge, and particularly, I mean, so for just taking soil organic carbon, for example, there are 3 competing kind of measurement approaches throughout, at least available in the US, in terms of there's a COMET model from USDA, there's Regrow, which is a partner with an Australian group, and then there's a SALIS model, which is out of Michigan State. And I've never been able to compare all 3 for one site. And so, and you find producers actually sometimes choosing the model where they score well, even if the reasons why they score well are not because of the fundamental practices, it's because of some ghost in the machine. So it's certainly a challenge. I want to see more in the open so that you can compare methodologies, compare models, and as you get agreement, then you can get trust. But you're underscoring an important problem. I see others haven't much to say.
I've got a question for you, Sam, actually, and that is, so how many sort of consumers of the data you've collected are there? Is it widely used? Because we're thinking in terms of different techniques for analysis, then you widen that out and you open that out, and can those techniques then be uploaded to where the data is and compare and contrasted by other people, for example?
Yeah, we do have some. We both have sort of inbound users that, and a lot of it I think is around just research interest, And we spend a lot of time thinking about our theory of change of, how do you get it into the hands of folks that are actually making decisions about how resources are allocated. So one of the areas we're really excited is there's interest from the financial community, or like a Carbon Disclosure Project, folks like that are informing impact investors or ESG initiatives. We think that is an important stakeholder. Certainly we've had interest from government stakeholders. So we're working with the climate group on some province level studies to see how our data agrees with some of their self-reporting, and have seen some interest from markets themselves, from particularly with the fertilizer model we're working with. There's a local carbon market that's really interested in having access to some of that data. So we're interested in it. I think right now, because we mostly are producing national level assessments, it's less helpful than the asset level, and that's really what's guided our engineering work over the last year, is to try and get more and more granular so that it's more actionable. Because there are a few stakeholders that really care on a national level what the emissions are. It's really, what is my little part of the universe producing, or how can it change? So but it's a great question.
So there's a couple of aspects in this I found really interesting. So there's the technical and methodological, and where the data is, and being able to share that and using that to gain sort of critical mass around collaboration around this, and then other people can contribute their data sets. So whether there's potential for doing that, but also thinking about how this then drives that economic driver for the transition to net zero, right? So you can imagine that shareholders in very large companies, so publicly listed companies, there's a real feeling that there's activist shareholders now that could drive this change, right? And they could be equipped with this kind of data that says, okay, so if this company I'm a shareholder in, I'm going to raise this point to the board and say, okay, well, actually, you're going to end up with a lot of stranded assets there. And maybe that could be if you're going to respond to the world and the change in the climate, never mind the regulation, then, you would need data to back that up. So then you're pairing that very, very practical collecting data level of the world right the way through to something that could institute real change. Rather than it being government driven, it can be financially driven. Is that something you're seeing? Do you think there's potential in that? Same for you, Ray, actually. Do you think there might be potential in that?
Okay, so I think for me, I think there's comparing what you guys do at STFC with Daphne and what's done at Trace. I think what's going on in my head is what the role of a government-driven versus an independent agency or platform in terms of both aggregating data for net zero, as well as this aggregating the data by categories, for example, geographical region, business unit, so that it can serve specific purposes. Mm-hmm. And for me, I'm thinking that perhaps private sector driven versus government driven might play different roles in terms of what aspects they would be addressing, their systems can address. It's just my thought, just from the angle that both of you have presented. But I'm not sure whether in a practical sense we can have because just thinking off the top of my head, a platform like Daphne can actually play the role of a data trust, because it is government driven and it can aggregate across different industries and so on. But when it comes to disaggregating the data for specific uses, like for specific geographies or specific business needs, a private sector driven system might be better in that sense. I'm not quite sure. It's just a thought.
Yeah, it's a good thought, that. I think you can mitigate against that, rather than having one system that says, okay, here's the data and you present it in one way. You can surface it in different ways for different roles, and that's certainly one approach. A big part of this in terms of getting critical mass, in my view, would be to you do have to have that trusted third party. Are governments trusted enough to do this sort of stuff? Perhaps not. we're part of the research councils. Are we trusted enough? Maybe, and I think that's, there's a lot of agendas going on here, and actually there's big money tied into this. So there's a lot to change, right? So it's not just a technical issue, but yeah, some good thoughts there. Yeah.
So I'd just like to pick up on the question I asked earlier. Much of the focus currently is on greenhouse gas emissions as the key measures. But how about other types of measures of net zero? Is anyone aware of any work that's going on around, for example, apart from the financial? Because I'm aware that there is it's called the International Financial Reporting Standards, I think it is. It was set up by Bloomberg, which they've attempted to create a series of metrics that are net zero metrics that have a financial bearing. But other types of measures, like what it will, or how companies transition and how that's measured, and the physical asset risks or technology measures. I haven't seen any work around these areas, and I was just wondering if from your work, any of you have come into that kind of research.
It's not, so I'm sorry to interrupt. I know there are people with their hands up, but it's not just about greenhouse gases. It's also about worker welfare. It's about animal welfare and all the other things that you mentioned when you asked your question about methodology. So how to quantify those? Because we can't just forget those in our quest for zero carbon.
They're models of models, aren't they? And then you've got to so my point about sort of complex systems. It's not even systems of systems at this stage, and linking those together. And sometimes they sit within the food industry, and actually sometimes they sit wider, right? So on this panel, we've got, energy systems represented as just one example, but you could have the water industry and a whole bunch of other people. So this is wider than even food, and that's bad enough. So it's how do we get that worldwide connectivity? It requires, and I don't know really who can drive this, other than it's got to start with governments, but it has to have large businesses willingly signed up, and then a commitment right the way through the ecosystem.
Matthew, you're going to say something.
I think Laura and Matt both had their hands up.
Okay, so who was first? I didn't catch.
Laura.
Laura, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. Well, it was to do with what you raised earlier, Raymond, but also your last point. So the greenhouse gas program in the UK started with a standardization of protocols for samples and models. So that obviously was the first step, and then we continue with training. So between all the sites, we had, let's say, homogeneous way to sample and to deal with the data. But obviously, this is not an UK only problem. This is a global problem. So we have also provided, and I have a new project where we will be providing training. So we will have capacity building in 4 African countries so they can make their own measurements, and also another couple of European countries. So regarding measurements, there are some protocols out there. For example, the FAO provides protocols on how to sample soil for measuring organic carbon, which is a very important measure of soil fertility and all a whole chain of things. So we have now changed our methods, because as somebody mentioned earlier, Sam, I think, said there are lots and lots of methods. So we've decided now we will follow an internationally recognized method, which is the FAO. I think also it's important to think or to know that technologies are changing very fast. And between people making this kind of measurements or using models, there is also a word of mouth way. So if I buy an instrument, and I think it's really good. Somebody asked me, how are you doing this? And that's how, you know, people start kind of homogenizing the way to do things. And then the last point, as you mentioned, you know, you're not always are going to measure greenhouse gas emissions, but you can measure other things. So we have developed within the greenhouse gas program, we also developed some proxies. So you can, and call it proxies, call it metrics. It is the same, it's basically measuring something else that will indicate that your system is efficient. So your nutrient cycling is as good as it can be, it's optimal. You then minimize your losses. So I think there are lots of ways, and it probably happens already, but it is true that there is a bit of heterogeneity still on how we do things. I think we probably are much better than you know we were years ago, because now we have so much better communication.
Thank you. Yes, Matthew.
There's a couple of things from my perspective. I think from a metric standpoint, it's net zero is kind of a byproduct of something else, and the emissions are a byproduct of something else, whether that's a demand for a product, demand for food, or demand to move from A to B via C, or whatever else it may be. So it's one of the things that we look at in the Living Lab is how people live, how people heat their homes, and things like that as well. So just because you've got a car sat in your drive at the moment that's capable of 600 miles on a full tank of fuel doesn't necessarily mean that's going to correlate to what you might require for a battery electric vehicle. The average person in the UK does 13 miles a day, but everybody wants at the moment an EV that does 300, 400 miles. There's a lot of thinking around that EV manufacturers will build a car that can do that, and then it'll slowly tail off over time when people realize they don't actually need it and they're paying for something on a vehicle that they didn't need to. But there's a lot of other, there's a lot of other things there as well. And Robin mentioned about data availability. There's an awful lot of data there, and people are collecting an awful lot of information. It's not always available for people to use. And the methods of manipulating that data are inevitably going to change over time anyway. We've seen examples from BEIS where they've reassessed how they might characterize peat bogs and the emissions from peat bogs, and that methodology changed a couple of years ago from being a net negative carbon sink to something that they realized, oh no, it's actually positive. So we've been reporting something for 15 years that is actually inaccurate. But if you've got the data there, you can always go back and reassess it and do something different. But it's collecting that data in the first place and making it available for people to use, I think, is the most important bit.
Thanks, Matt. Just off the point you made about the assumptions that go behind estimating net zero, I was wondering, are there any initiatives currently that you're aware of for cataloging assumptions and limitations of different methodologies, or is it all still a patchwork as it stands?
I think it's very, very much on an individual basis at the moment. I can't recall seeing anything personally, but I'd really hope somebody is doing something.
Okay, so maybe we can spend 2-3 minutes on one more question, which is related to what else do we need to assess to avoid any unintended consequences. So it's a bit wider question, but if panel has some thoughts on that, then we can start the discussion and build on that. If anybody else has any sort of comments or suggestions to that question, please feel free to raise your hands. Yeah, so what else do we need to assess to avoid any unintended consequences? We heard about different sort of unintended consequences in our previous sessions.
It's sort of hard to avoid unintended consequences, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, almost by definition, we don't know what they might be before we put something out there. So
yeah,
people run trials with genetically modified crops and different sort of insects that eat other insects or something, but they run those on a small scale to try and assess whether there are things that are not predicted.
Yeah, I think life cycle assessment is a great tool for determining unintended consequences, because you can pull a greenhouse gas lever and have a water impact or have a human rights impact, and that can be a useful tool. I think another piece is just making sure that the cost of measurement doesn't exceed the benefits that you're getting from it, or that burden is not held by producers or in areas with low data connectivity. Figuring out how to get the right balance of lean measurement, get accurate enough, and understand that the directionality is important and the interventions are important. We should invest there, not just in complicated, beautiful measurement systems. Although you need something to baseline and hold yourself accountable.
That's really interesting, Sam, actually, because you by trying to measure this, you're going to get the best measurements from people who have the most resources to measure those things, right? So something embedded in what you said. So is that truly representative? Does it cover the whole of the land, for example, or the whole of the supply chain? We did so in terms of manufacturing. Pete mentioned earlier on, I don't know if he's still on the workshop, but he was, a lot of manufacturers in food are small companies, right? And they're just concerned with surviving. Farmers, we've heard about the plight of farmers. It's my cat. Are they going to, are they capable? Are the small farmers capable of measuring this? Do they have the right sensors? Do they have the ability to collect that? You mentioned before about, so Jens mentioned before about mobile devices and where that data is kept. Does this skew the data that we see? That's an unintended consequence, I think.
In supply chain management, we like to think of the smallest unit for analyzing any interaction as a triad involving 3 actors at the minimum. So my thinking is, because with net zero, there's almost an industry focus. It means that unintended consequences that lie in between industries that interact can kind of be missed. So perhaps one way to think about unintended consequences is approaching net zero for example, from the point of view of the nexus of energy, water, and food, and looking at the different interactions between these 3 different supply chains concurrently for every measure. For example, if we're looking at the impact of manure, for a particular manure, we should reflect on the impact on the energy sphere, the water sphere, as well as the food sphere concurrently. And that way we'll be able to pick up consequences that don't materialize immediately, that might show, effects that might show as net zero gains in the food space, but then materialize as other consequences in other spaces that are closely related.
Yeah.
Good point.
Good point, Ray. Laura, final comment, and then we'll.
Yes, I just want to give an example, because I think on occasions some difficult decisions have to be made. In the case of nitrogen cycling, particularly with manure, if some mitigation for example, to reduce ammonia emissions is to, instead of spreading it, to put it under the surface, so to dig a trench and put the manure in the soil, but that actually will increase the nitrous oxide emissions. So in this case, you mitigate one, you increase the other, and some decisions then have to be made to I guess select the least worst situation, and it is difficult because ammonia is harmful and so is N2O, but you cannot avoid having to make that decision somehow.
Yeah, true. And I see some very good points made from Andrea in chat as well. So Andrea, would you like to say anything here, or shall we? No? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Matt?
Just a quick one on the unintended consequences. I think the value from my perspective of being involved here is you hear different perspectives from different people from different backgrounds.
Yeah.
One of the things that is being talked about a lot at the moment is just an example: hydrogen fuel cells or electrolyzers being used as a producer of hydrogen in the future for, let's say, fossil-free steel, things like that, in big industrial areas. One of which is the Humber region, which is water stressed as it is. So just talking about those things in forums such as this is great value, and you identify things that you might not necessarily have already thought of, and gain an awful lot of value from that to take back to your own organizations and discuss internally as well.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Thank you. So I think we have brought forward the brainstorming and open floor discussion forward here. So if there is any, any more final thoughts or any suggestions, then feel free to raise your hand and we'll pick up and we'll ask you to unmute yourself after I've given you a few next steps for after this workshop. So our next steps. Well, thank you for all the speakers who has given us some very, very very insightful talks, and that has definitely given us food for thought. We'll be synthesizing all these and we'll be preparing a report on this workshop. So highlighting key research questions as suggested by the speakers, as well as you as the participants, so all the participants who have provided their questions and suggestions over the chat and by unmuting yourselves. We will circulate the report for further feedback to all the participants for any feedback or anything that we are missing, any questions that you might have, it might have occurred to you after the workshop. We feel free to let us know, and we'll try and capture them as well. We'll capture most of them, and now this report will be primarily used by STFC Food Network to enable us to run sandpits in some of the dominant research needs on net zero in just over 1.5 months from now, so in June 2022. So pretty much so everything will move very fast from here. Now Gareth can also, of course, share the link for sandpit registration in the chat box. And so if you are interested in the sandpit, then please do register. We'll be funding at least 3 projects worth £25,000 through sandpits, but there will be also other opportunities to apply as proof of concept projects. Deadline for that would be 4th of July. And again, all this information will be forwarded to you. Now, besides STFC Food Network Plus, we will submit this finding to other UKRI, and we hope that this would be a good starting point of discussion where we need more investment, generating short, medium, long-term interventions, research needs, what needs to be catered immediately, what can wait for a while. In fact, what we should be prioritizing as the first few interventions or the case studies to test some of the suggestions is something that we would again need your help with. So we will generate a list from this workshop and ask you to add more. We'll then ask you to prioritize those, and then we can again run a follow-up workshop with all interested participants for deep dive session. Now we'll share the Miro board link as well, after I've stopped speaking, so Joe can actually share some screen, and then we can give you the link as well. If there is anything missing from the Miro board, that board will be kept live for another week. So if there is anything missing or you think of adding anything, then please feel free to email myself or Gareth, and we'll try and add them. At the moment, it is only view-only Miro board for all of you, because we don't want a lot of changes to be made by several different participants. We will follow the findings of this workshop and of course the follow-on workshop and take forward a few scenarios with different stakeholders in a month or 2 months' time. And I hope that you all will join us in future workshop and sandpits and submit your application as well. So there are a few more things going on from this workshop. So this doesn't end here. It is just a beginning of conversation. And we are really grateful for to all of you who have participated, who have listened to us, and who would be providing us a lot of suggestions over the due course of time. So Gareth, please be, so you have already sent the link for the sandpit. That's great. Thank you. And Joe, if you want to share your screen or share the Miro board, then yeah, oh, okay. So yeah, feel free to share the screen and let people know, and we can maybe send the link later on if that's okay. Yeah.
Did that work? No? Hasn't
Yeah.
worked.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, so I'll just make this a bit bigger. Hang on. Yeah, so I've done my best and try and capture as much of the discussion points as I can. But yeah, there's been a board for each of the breakout rooms. The final one was combined, so the UK food trade and the public sector ones were combined, so that's why there's no notes in this board. And then I've captured questions 5 to 9 down here. But I'll share the link, so please feel free to add anything that I've missed.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot, Joe. Okay, so now this brings us to the concluding session. I think it has been fantastic and super energetic speakers, and we have all been able to keep our energy up since 11 o'clock in the UK, and that's great that most of you are here until the end of the workshop. So Gareth can also share the link of Wonder platform here for open networking. It's a bit flexible networking exercise, a little flexible than Zoom, and hopefully you can join us there for a few minutes, introduce yourself, what you do, and yeah, it would be just nice to hear your interest, and if you want to collaborate in future, how do we go from there? I think yeah, it's pretty much informal, so please feel free to join us on the Wonder. And before you click that link, I would like to say from my own experience that if you click the link directly, and if you're using Mac, it opens on Safari, and Safari doesn't support Wonder. So it would be better if you copy the link and paste it either in the Google Chrome or Internet Explorer, and it would be fine.
Thanks, Solomon. You can tell you've done this before. That's what I was just about to say to everyone. So I'll paste this in here. The other thing to say is when the Wonder platform is going to want to use your camera and your audio as well. So you're going to have to close this down and then reload it. So once I paste the link in here, if you can copy the link and then put it into your browser and then close, then leave Zoom and then load up there, and we'll see you over in Wonder in a few minutes time. The platform itself is fairly straightforward. You'll be asked a few questions, your name, and I think it wants to take a photo of you using your webcam. Other than that, you'll see yourself on there. You can drag yourself around and go and join different groups and join different discussions.
Yeah, once you come closer to a circle, automatically a group is formed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
okay.
I'll be there, Gareth. Maybe you can stay here and
I'll stay here for a few minutes. Yeah, I'll let you move over.
But thank you everyone for staying with us for so long, and we really enjoyed it, and I hope the follow-on report and catch up that we'll do for the next few months would be a good starting point to build up new relationships with all of you. Thank you.
Thanks everyone.
Bye. Cheers everybody.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Suno. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, Paulina.
Hi, Gareth. How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
Good.
I'm not sure whether is anyone else left on the call that need to ask us anything about Wonder Platform or anything else? No.
I do have a question, a Miro related question.
Go ahead.
So Sonal asked me to lock this before I send it to people. Obviously people are off the chat now, so do you have contacts of people that I can send?
Yeah, we have their email addresses through the event.
So if I send the link, if I send you the link to it.
Yeah, I can send it round after that.
It's just, yeah, I don't know if I've locked it properly. So do you
want to wait until the morning to check? Or
yeah, I can lock it, but I don't know if that, because it just then says press and hold to unlock it. But I don't know if that's for everybody. I don't know if I need to set a password or something.
Oh, I see. Do you want us to trial it first to see what it looks like? I suppose I've got access, haven't I? So I'm not sure. Yeah, send it over. Don't worry too much, because I won't get a chance to send it out tonight anyway, because we've got a few other things that we need to do. But I'll send it out in the morning to the participants.
Right, I'll lock it and I'll send it to you just to see if it actually that has worked.
Sounds
okay,
good.
all right,
Thanks
I'll do
a lot
that.
for your help, Joe.
No worries.
Appreciate
good to meet you
Cheers.
and good to see you all. Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Have you used Wonder, Paulina?
No, never.
No.
But
do you want to move on and give it a try?
I'll give it a try. Bye-bye.
See you in a bit. Bye. Okay, I'm assuming everyone who's left on the call is no longer needing anything, so I'm going to close down the meeting. Thanks to you all for coming.